Are you Pan-African or are you Pan-Native? You see, I mean, one can be both. Well, let's dig on it. I mean, African, Old English, Africanus, plural, native or inhabitant of Africa. Okay. Well, we know we got those Moorish maps that have that maxim is everywhere, right? This is Northwest Africa to them, in the mind of a hijack, right? Southwest Africa, well, that's South America, boss. So keep your mind open with this Afrikaner situation now. The Latin Afrikaners, from Latin Afrikaner, from the Latin. So we already in the mind of a hijack. Of Africa, African, from Africa, see Africa. Used of white residents of Africa. It says see Africa. What's Africa? Are you Pan African or are you Pan Native? Or are you both? Is it one and the same thing? Latin Africa terror. African land, Libya, okay. Carthaginian his territory. The province of Africa. Africa as a continent. Adjective, Africa's affair. Almost sounds like over. We're just talking cities of gold, but again, Africa's everywhere, right? Affair, a word of uncertain origin. The Latin word originally was used only in reference to the region around the modern Tunisia, or we're just talking Tennessee, Tennessee, Tennessee. Take me to another place. Oh, Tunisia. I'm just saying, they hide and copy everything, photocopy it, call this the new world when this is the old world. You're talking Ophir. You're talking Tennessee. Well, okay. Gradually was extended to the whole continent. So originally the whole continent was not Africa, boss. It was just this land around Tennessee. Tennessee. We're gonna talk. Yeah, we're gonna talk this area. Kentucky, Tennessee, Tunisia. We're gonna talk Ishmaelite migration. We're gonna connect that with the Tecumseh flow. Matter of fact, we're just talking Pan-African or Pan-Native, gradually extended to the whole continent. So now everyone's African. Now everyone's African. And everyone with melanated copper color tone got to be from Africa, gradually extending. So before when you was from Africa, you was around Tunisia. But now everybody's from Africa. Pan-African or Pan-Native. Pan-nature. All right, derivation from the Phoenician cognate of Arabic afar. Dust. I think we're still talking over, boss. Afar. The dust. The earth, my noggin. And this is why the Moors say Africa's everywhere. Ping pow. Boom pow. Let's get it, man. We popping off. So the reason why Maxim's everywhere. Northwest Africa, Southwest Africa, Northeast Africa, right? Now we're just talking Morocco in there. Southeast Africa, right? So they split it up and everything's Africa because everything is afar, over. Everything's the dust, the earth. Yeah. Yeah, boss. Okay. Pan-African or Pan-Native. We're just talking Pan-Africanism. From 1955, boss. So brothers are around here, Pan-Africans. That's after 1900s. We need to take it to another place. Tunisia, Tennessee. Now you got Pan-African, and of course, Pan. What's Pan? I mean, what's Pan? Maybe we don't need to be Pan anything. Word forming element meaning all, every whole, all inclusive. So now that's the definition, kind of okay. All African. I'm all African. I'm all inclusive to Africa, or afar, the dust of the earth. And if you are all inclusive to afar, the dust, the earth, the ophir, the gold, Mahxiggah, the copper, the mountain copper, the orichalcum, then you're really pan nature, pan natural by law, love to God, right? To be pan afar, ophir is to be pan natural by law. That's why I said, is it all one and thing? But maybe we don't got to be pan anything, especially since we know. Hold up, man. Hold up, man. Because I know there's some more definitions they hiding about this pan. All right. So you could be talking about like a broad, shallow vessel of metal, like a pan, like a dish pan. But let's go further. Let's go deeper, man. Okay, you could pan like follow with the camera, like all my artists out there, pan the camera. You know what I mean? Okay, panoramic. Okay, of course you got the Peter Pan. All right, you got Japan. Okay, you got Pangea, and you got this pan, right? Maybe we don't have to be pan anything. Maybe we can just be simply natural by law. The law of Hawa is natural nature. Afar, Africa, right? Afar is the dust of the earth. It's natural. So are you all inclusive to, um, some one continent, Pan-African? Or are you all inclusive to nature? The dust of the earth, the originals, not original. Unless you're just talking Abba Ama, Ama Abba. But we're talking about the OGs. We're talking about the dust of the earth, right? Adam and Eve, all that flows. So when they on their pan, they on their play. Greek god of shepherds and flock, woods and fields, upper body man, horns, and lower part like a goat. Sound like a Baphomet. Did we do a drop on this? I felt like we might be over. Nah, we ain't overdrop it. I don't think we overdrop it. Hey, Shabbat Shalom. Just kicking back with y'all, man. I've been enjoying my children all day, all night. We had a great Shabbat, brought it in right. And I finally got a few minutes while I'm still up before the sun comes up, man. And I really get a deep breath, man. And I just want to share it with y'all. If that's okay, I just want to share this flow with y'all, man. So we're going to dodge their pans. You can go more in the pan, but yeah, pan. A pan in search of gold. Uh-oh. Well, now we're just talking about cities of gold. Are you Pan-African or are you Pan-Native? See, I asked this question because get the last drop we dropped on these dragon lines. We're going to go right back in these dragon lines, my nigga. This is going to be the greatest drop of all time. Ultimate pop-offness is happening right now in this drop. Let's go, man. The Shawnee military leader, Tecumseh. Now, I believe his mother was Shawnee, and then he ended up pretty much getting like adopted into the Chickamauga, or what they call Chickamauga Cherokee Flow. All of them were a confederacy and alliance against the bad man, against the hijack. They were fighting, tribing up, and slowly the hijack was picking us off because they were just absorbing those tribes that were on the fence, right? They weren't necessarily some hijacked tribes, but they also didn't necessarily want to be in order, right? In our natural order by law, right? They didn't want to follow, um, the priesthood, the flow, the Khan, order. You know what I'm saying? That HWH's already established, whether we're talking tribal, you know what I'm saying, whether we're talking shepherd, my nigga. The hijacks, just like we read with Pan, they got their own shepherd. They got their Baphomet. They got their androgynous, right? They got all that. They got their alchemical serpent. But we got order. When I talk to Tecumseh, I'm talking shooting star. I'm talking meteor. We talking Prester. Look out for Preston 129. We talking Prester. Claim the appearance of the comet as a favorable omen. So he saw this dragon and it was favorable to him, even though we see clearly now, like, it was really marking like this cold period, man. This ice age we got to go through. Wow, we're going to talk some glaciation lines. We're going to talk some Cedar Creek. It's crazy, man. But, man, popping off, man. Dragon lines, ley line. But this dragon was representing something, you know, really, maybe it was favorable in the future, but, you know, it came at the time of Tecumseh's death, you know. But only to the unwise do they seem to die. We're going to get that wisdom of Solomon pretty soon as well. All right, so during his most unsuccessful efforts. Why? Because other tribes were making treaties, man. That's it. They didn't want to rock with the alliance. What alliance? Tecumseh's alliance. The southern tribes into his pan American. You know what American means, man. We're talking about the copper colored races found here. So you got to ask yourself, southern tribes, boss, you know, biblically speaking in the Bible, with the tribes of Israel. You have northern and southern tribes. And I'm talking about Prester Flow with Tecumseh, and he's trying to bring the southern tribes together. And, you know, in Israel, you know, the southern tribes, you know, consist of Judah, I believe Reuben, Simeon might be in that mix as well. Man, is Benjamin with him too? You know, southern tribes, man. So, you know, here he is rocking these southern tribes and his alliance, right? Which is not just his alliance, because we're talking Tecumseh, I'm talking pan native, pan natural. To be pan native again is to be pan nature. Why not? Pan natural. Huh? Hereditary, inborn, meaning you highborn, you're the royals. Copper color cons found here, connected with something in a natural way. Now we could talk about afar Africa, afar being the dust, the earth. Ain't that synonymous with native or natural, inborn and hereditary? Ain't it the same thing? Connected with something in a natural way? You know what it is when we talk nature. We're talking hereditary. We're talking genetics. We're talking restorative powers of the body. What? That's the first thing you get is restoration. When you are all inclusive, what they say pan, I'm gonna call all inclusive. When I say tribe and up, I'm talking about being all inclusive. Okay? From this point on, I'm just saying all inclusive to your tribe. Because they say pan African, all inclusive to one continent of Africa. I'm saying you are all inclusive to your restorative, your restoration, your powers of your body. Are you all inclusive to your restoration and the restoration of your tribe, your power, your Hawa, bodily processes, powers of growth? Are you all inclusive to your powers of growth, my dog? I'm talking nature. Being principle of life. Are you all inclusive to life, to character, to your essence, to your being, to exist? Ain't that the Hebrew verb HWH, to exist? Are you all inclusive to HWH? Course of things, natural character, alliance, right? Talking pan native, constitution, God, quality, the universe, literally birth. Shalom. So you got to be all inclusive to your birth. But you forgot you had a birthright. You are now being reminded, 2024 on their calendar, that you have been born, not just out the womb of your mother, Managa. We're talking existence, that in your DNA, you have a right to exist. You have a birthright. And with those rights come certain things. But it all begins with respect for the Creator and the code that we putting down and tribing up with. No other power before our power. It starts right there. No vanity on Allah's name. Keeping our Shabbats. Honoring our mother. Honoring our father above. No adultery or what? No harlotry. No more harlotry. No killing our Naga calling him an op because that ain't your op. But unfortunately, some people that look like us chose treaties and chose to be the ops of nature. They didn't want Tecumseh's order. They didn't want Tecumseh's restorative powers to restore the tribes, the tribe up. They wanted to be anti-nature, anti-natural by law. We ain't supposed to kill, steal from each other, steal our land, steal anything that belongs to your brother, your sister. No covetous in your heart, no more jealousy, no false witnessing. This is our natural code. This gives us restorative powers for us to be all inclusive to Hawa, our essence, our being, our life. Mama say, you find me, you find life. Oh, you thoughtless, you forgot you were born? You forgot I gave birth to you? Big Mama talking, right? Nature personified Mother Nature, right? Well, we get the balance. We get it. But don't be thoughtless, because then they'll turn that into something they worship, right? And they ain't worshiping Big Mama. They just trying to worship something and find some type of loophole to act like they don't got no creator, man. Oh, the trees created me. No, the trees did not create you. That's why they got cut down, my not. Because you started worshiping other things. Are you pan-African or are you pan-natural by law? Because the Tecumseh is pan-native. He had a pan-natural, pan-restorative power alliance. American alliance. Native, 1828 dictionary. Produced by nature. Original. You're going to keep seeing this title of originality. That means you are of the earth. You are afar, afear, over. That's why Africa's everywhere. We're talking the original earth, dust of the earth. Copper color race is found here, right? born with the being, man. What? Are you all inclusive to being born with the being, the natural, the supernatural? Shout out to the bro. Not acquired, man. Nah, you're not supposed to just acquire you like some slave. You are born with the being. What you mean you acquire me? You can't acquire me. You got to be gifted me. I'm a present in your presence. You can't acquire this. You can't acquire the originality. That's why they tap into us, my people. That's why they exploit us, my people. I just got finished watching Hollywood Shuffle. Shout out to Robert Townsend. Had my droppers watching it. I got them watching classic movies. Classic drop. Clear my throat. My bad. Popping up. Classic movies. Yeah, we popping off, man. And it's all about trying to fit into Hollywood images and how they doing our people, because they try to tap into originality and then rewrite history, rewrite us with their image, their way. They don't know what it's like to be a native genius. But now they call Kanye a genius, and everybody say, oh, how dare you call him a genius? He's a native genius. I didn't say he was perfect. You got native affections. These people ain't affectionate like you, my nigga. You got native talent. These people ain't talented like us, my nigga. You got a native disposition, swagger about you. You got native cheerfulness when you in code, you KTC. And HWH gives us a simple code, a simple code, a natural simplicity, man. Because produced by nature, well, 1828. What's nature? In a general sense, whatever is made or produced, a word comprehends all the works of HWH, the creator, the universe. You see how they try to, the universe created me, Big Bang, boom. They're trying to hide the creator because they are not natural by law. So when we hear nature, we talking HWH. Nah, they can't do that. They can't be you, my nigga, because I'm talking about creator. Or we mean that they are produced by God, right? The creator, author of whatever is made or produced. So they can't fuzzy they can't universe their way out of being created. You know, you're in an enclosure, my nigga. You have a creator. So now your relationship with the creator, that's your relationship with the creator. But you do have a code to live by. We do have an order. What kind of order? I'm just talking original. Original history of ancient America. We're going to get, here a little, there a little. I just want to let you know. When we talk to Tecumseh, don't act like we tripping. When we connected with the Israelite flow right here at home. And this is why they covered it up, flipped the image, you know what I'm saying? Made you feel like you from Africa, not telling you that Afar is Ofair, Ofar. That it relates to the entire earth plane, and that you are the indigenous of the entire earth plane. You don't got to choose a continent. When it all comes back together, then what you going to say? I'm just indigenous over here. You originals, man. The earth was divided into lots for you, for your tribe. These aren't metaphors, man. They running from reality because the veil is being, you know, lifted, man. We starting to see everything with a dragonfly perspective. The Aborigines wrongly named Indians. Why? How? In the prefatory remarks to the forthcoming work upon the chieftain Tecumseh, Tecum, Takum, Kum means to rise in Hebrew. So this Naga representing a rising and uprising. His name referred to shooting star, meteor, or dragon, like dragon canoe. Two leaders named Dragon. Well, I'll be. Kum, to rise. The following language is used, and we avail ourselves of the privilege of extracting from our own storehouses materials for the commencement of this new historical campaign. The courteous reader, in tracing the fate of Tecumseh, as depicted in the pages of his life, will not fail to observe the strong analogy between the religious sentiments of the chief of the force and those of the ancient Hebrews. I ain't crazy for connecting Tecumseh with the Hebrews. These books already connected Tecumseh with the Hebrews. When I show you 1811, 1812, and we talk about the Comet of 1811, and we talk about the Shawnee leader that was tribing up these southern tribes, what has it got to do with the Hebrews, Khan? This dragon that he's seeing, what's this Hebrew, what's the Hebrew representation of this dragon? Are they seeing clearly? So they ain't gonna fail to observe. They can't fail to observe. In other words, you are going to observe this without a shadow of a doubt that there is a connection, an analogy between the religious sentiments of the chief of the forest, or who they're calling, Tecumseh, chief of the forest, and those of the ancient Hebrews. The language as uttered by Tecumseh is not written by the pen of fiction. Fool, this ain't no fiction. Merely to uphold a theory of the brain, but gathered from the archives of the people's history. This is not fiction, my nigga. This is from the archives. To support a theory of apparent truth? No. The present writer will not yield to any man in the firm belief that the Aborigines, the originals, we're talking original history, the originals of North America, and the ancient Israelites are identical. Now, I just want you to just let it wrap around your mind bone, man. And when we're talking native, we're talking Israel. We're talking Israelites. We're talking Hebrews. We're talking natives, Americans, copper color races found here in America, boss. Nature, natural. Are you Pan-African or are you all-inclusive to your restorative dragon frequency, to your birthright, to your inheritance, to your restoration, my love? Tecumseh was all-inclusive to the restoration of the Israelites in America and did his best to tribe them up without these Moorish treaties, Moabite, Jebusite, whoeverites that are against Judah, against Israel, my nigga. To this day, my nigga. But only could tee off on us when we weren't paying attention, when we weren't observing HWH. You don't observe HWH, you don't observe the code. HWH don't observe you, man. You don't observe your parents, they're not going to observe to do all the things you want to do. Oh no. Oh no, boss, you have a different reality. You done chose your path. You disrespect mama, big mama. Oh no, boss. So, what do you think it is with HWH, right? The creator. You ain't gonna stop killing each other. You gonna worship all this, those shiny jewels you made. You gonna worship that and not you ain't gonna pay your respects to the big homie, to pops, to mama, to your frequency. Oh, you must be thoughtless. I see. Tecumseh is holding it up one last time in America for the Israelites. Not North America only. That's just conjecture in parentheses of the author. I'm talking about America. It's synonymous with Israel, ancient Israel. The Aborigines of North America are identical to the Israelites, unless controverted by the stern authority of superior historical deductions, which they can't come up with any. They can't come up with any. All right. Then it goes into North and Central and South America together with newly discovered ruined cities in and around Guatemala, and by that theory have separated into two distinct races or people or tribes, right? So you could be talking southern tribes, northern tribes. It's their conjecture, but what we see clearly is that Tecumseh ain't no fiction. They never said it was fiction. They can say Moses is fiction. They can say Noah is fiction. They can say Abraham is fiction. But they can't say Tecumseh is fiction. Oh no, boss. That hits home in the epicenter of America, in the pivot point of the Chickamauga Wars, of the Tecumseh Wars, of the treaties of peace and friendship put on the headbone that destroyed the campaign of Tecumseh, that caused the great dragon of 1811, that made his efforts unsuccessful to bring the tribes together in an all-inclusive alliance. So what does this shooting star got to do with anything? Since we're talking about our order. They didn't want to be a part of our order because these other tribes didn't want to be a part of the Hebrew order. Right? They didn't want to be a part of Israel order. They wanted to do their own thing. They made promises to each other. They did treaties with each other. And it lasted as long as you was out of code. As long as you didn't observe, they could pop off. As soon as you start observing, you collapse the wave pattern back on paradise. And you stop observing whatever lens they want you to see through, whatever point that they want to collapse us to, which is just chaos and, hardship for us, right? Just like Deuteronomy 28 say. Allah said, I'll bring an enemy from afar, man. Read that Obadiah drop, right? So, whose countenance you don't even know. I'll bring the worst of the heathen against y'all, man, because y'all just don't listen. Y'all stiff-neck Israel, right? Well, Tecumseh is an Israelite. Right, right. And this is why This was an Israelite war. America's been at war 93% of the time on Israel and America. They created their own later, right? And they standing on it, right? They standing on that place. But they know that ain't the place. This is the place. This is why they've been at war. They been at war with the Chickamauga, 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 my nigga. Chickamauga. And Tecumseh was fighting in these wars following his leader, Dragon Canoe. When they talk Northwest, they're talking Northwest of Maxim, my nigga. Northwest Africa, which is North America, my nigga. This is the Battle of North America. The Barbars are the Swan Knights, because Barbar in Hebrew means swan. And we could read about the Swan Knights in the Forbidden Histories of America. Kalelus. Yeah, now we're just talking Cibola, Cibola. Yeah, now we could talk about Esteban and them. I mean, this is just the conclusion, of that phase of the Esteban voyages and the King Charles and all this 1500 stuff. 1800s is just them concluding, man, to get to this next level of just straight slaughter, straight up slaughter. You know what I mean? Ain't no conclusion because they still slaughtering, right? My Nagas, this was the last stand. This was the last Hebrew Israelite stand, my Nagas. This was it. The Israelites in America, man. This was it. This is it, boss. So now put everything in perspective of this pivot point. Think of this as Israel. Now put the story together. Now restart everything with this particular pivot point, man. You know what I'm saying? You could always spiral up and spiral from here. That these Seminole Wars were Shem, my nigga. And Shem was tribed up with Tecumseh. They weren't fighting against the Seminoles. They're fighting with the Seminoles against who? The same people that got the treaty with these Moors. They popped off around 1786, 1787 during our calamity. Ishmaelites came around this time, teamed up with the Kentuckians, and Tecumseh gets killed by the Kentuckians that you tribed up with, Ishmael, when you're walking around your sacred pyramid of harmonics, man. Yeah. What kind of frequency is it tuned to that's putting us in such a slumber? That harmonics had to be a war weapon since you came, tribed up, did the treaties with the U.S., right? Said your enemy's my enemy. Now you're using your magic spells. Now you're tapping into Leviathan. Uh-oh. Y'all told on yourselves, man. We just revealing it for the layman. But y'all told on yourselves. Told on yourselves. Final stand. But look how it continued again. The Creek continued, right? The Seminole continued. It all continued. Cherokee is the same. Chickamauga. All this is the same. All this is the same. Even after Tecumseh's death, supposed death, right? Because only to the unwise do they seem to die. Do we seem to die? Because we got restorative powers. We are natural. But you see, this all continue. Now, pick it up with your family and your family records. Now do your genealogies and understand where you at. Don't just say, I got genealogies in America, boss. Which side of the Hebrew war are you on, or were you on, or what? The, you in the land of the oppressed. We're talking King David, the forever shepherd. You can't genealogy your way into this kingdom, man. You can't show your paperwork and say you belong here. What tribe are you from? The Preston will decide if you belong here. You pay your tribute to the Preston, the Khan of Khans, the Rex Goose. It's order. You don't want to be rocking with the order? Oh, all right. You didn't choose to exist then. You chose to have a temporary existence if you don't choose Hawa's order. You choose a temporary existence. You didn't want to rock with the Tecumseh. You didn't want to rock with the ancient Hebrew. You didn't want to rock with Israel. Okay, we're talking to Tecumseh. We're talking to Hebrew. We're talking to nature. Everything produced by the Creator is nature. And if you're pan-native, that means you're all-inclusive to Hawa, to the Creator. I'd rather be all-inclusive to Hawa than to be Pan-African. But it's cool knowing that African is just a fear, a far. It's cool to know. Nature is the being, the existence, right? So whether we get it in etymology or the 1828 Noah Webster Dictionary, we still talking Noah. We still talking about being born and the restorative power. We're talking the essence when we talk Noah, right? The families that are restored, chosen. We're talking beginning, a new beginning, the course of things, like that. Now we got our Constitution by nature, by Hawa, which is the code, and they form their own alliance, right? Yeah. Was it Psalms 83? They'll form a confederacy against your chosen one. But by being out of code and worshiping idols, my naga, you let them in. You let them in here. You let them in the promised land. You know, we never cleared them out like we was all supposed to, so we can be all inclusive. Hawa said they're going to be a thorn in your side. These other tribes here in America, because they got their own land, and they became a thorn in your side to this day. Psalms 83, Confederacy. It's good to know that Africa, you know, is at fur or afar. I'm gonna rock with this Arabic flow because it's very tempting to discuss it. So again, one more time, are you Pan-African? Are you all-inclusive to Hawa's earth? To know that you are the original, the dust, the copper color Khan found here. Are you all-inclusive to being the copper color Khan? Who is the copper? Who is the gold? Who is the American of old? We're just rounding some bases so you know that you're the original copper colored tribes Found here, boss. They found you here. They're telling on themselves. They told on themselves, boss. And now everybody want to claim to be copper. Come on, man. See behind this individual here, you see the color behind him? That's that red ruddy behind him. They kind of slickly let you know with the copper red ruddy. And you know which people fit that. And not all so-called black people necessarily fit that red ruddy. You know what I mean? There's different tribes of melanation. And we all good with everybody as long as you ain't trying to delete us and erase us and hijack us or tell us we don't exist because you want to exploit our wealth, our talent, our land, our birthright, our natural birthright. Tell us we from one continent that we never been to, my nigga, because this is a fear. This is Ophir. The natives here, they don't say they come from anywhere. They're native here. But you know, we know the story. We know the story. Because many of them do, come from other places. But the actual natural ones, the copper colored cons, we're talking Israel. We're talking the Hebrews that Columbus brought a Hebrew interpreter to speak to you. They just found you here, boss. So they can't tell you you come from nowhere else. They can't tell you come from nowhere else, man. If they just found you coppercons here, they can't tell you you come from nowhere else. And if they put it in a public school to tell you, it's a hijack. Because who benefits when you think you're from somewhere else? Who does the land go to? They can erase your history, create a false narrative with false images, iconoclasm, and that's it. That's it until you keep the code and suddenly you start to see clearly. Wait a minute, boss, where's the slave ships? Where's the slave ships? With all these millions and quadrillions of slaves coming on boats, there should be a boat parked in every ghetto, every hood. There should be boats everywhere. Oh, they repurposed them, drop. Stop it, boss. There should just be random shipwrecks all over the place. Stop it, boss. Just cut it. It doesn't say brought here, boss. It says found here, boss. We're going to talk some more of that copper, some more of that orichalcum. Don't trip, don't trip. But you are the Khan. This ain't Ken. American, American. Khan means priest in Hebrew. Who's the Khan? This was your last Khan. This was your last Khan for a long time. Hosea 3, you've gone a long time without a Khan. You've been in solitary. Why give you a Khan if you're just gonna, do what you do, right? Be stiff-necked. Not keep the code. Why give you a Khan if there ain't no righteous flock? You don't need no righteous shepherd. You don't need no shepherd if there ain't no flock. And the flock is rocking together in code, listening to the order. I'm talking to the Israelites. I'm talking to the natives. The natural ones produced by nature. All right. All right, man. All right. Pan-African or all-inclusive to your birthright, to your natural birthright. Let's go. I mean, what happened after they got done slaughtering the natural ones, man? They just started going to the surrounding areas in Hawaii and Mexico, Philippines, more natural ones that look just like us, calling it banana wars or something corny, right? Banana. They went through as much years in banana wars as they did with the Chickamauga wars. No major war meant a lot of major war. And now they're on World War II, boss. And now this is all this history they keep giving us with all this stuff they went through and this place and that place. And the Cold War happening at the same time that they're doing all these Operation High Jumps and Operation Fishbowls in Antarctica. The Cold War was really about these cold Arctic expeditions, man, and getting to more worlds beyond the pole, because they knew the truth, that they had to go straight to get up. They have to go straight to get up. Now they're in the Korea War. Now they're in Vietnam, right? My pops was involved with Vietnam. A lot of our peoples was involved in some of these wars, whether they were drafted or whatever the case was. They didn't want to be there. Muhammad Ali didn't want to be there. Nobody wanted to be there. Then look at all this Cold War, more Antarctica War, Persian Gulf, Iraq, and now we in this crap, right? So now we in this crap. America's been at war all the damn time, against our people. But don't get it twisted. It started with you. It started with the Chickamauga, with the Mexicans, with the HWH, Naga. It started with the Texas cons that told Texas, the Red Ruddy Nagas. Look how much Texas war we got. Shout out to my told Texas Nagas. Look at all this war for Texas. Look at the Seminoles, man. The Seminoles. They in Fiji, the Navajos, the Utah wars. These hijacks going crazy, slaughtering everything they can, looking for gold. They just knew they was in the richest promised land. And what they do, decimate it. Decimate the people. Decimate the tribe. Decimate your birthright. Decimate nature. Decimate your being. I'm talking the Hebrews, the natives, the Israelites, the Hebrews. You think it's play? You think it's play? This was your last stand of the copper colored cons, the Hebrews. You just waking up. We just popping off. Hit this up with me, man. It's Isaiah 33. Hit it up with me. Let's go. Shabbat Shalom. I'm popping on. I'll do it in a restful frequency, man. I'll take this journey with y'all. We're going to talk dragon lines, but right now we're just talking dragons because we see clearly. We already home. They just found us here. This is Israel. We are the tribes. If you don't know who you are, it's because you've been erased for a temporary time. You've been put in a slumber, a spirit of stupor, a ruach tardema. Now we popping off with TribeUPmuzik with 5 eyes, ma. M.H.O.E, ma. Mahxiggah, take the wheel. Isaiah 33. Oh, wow. Woe to you that spoil it, and thou was not spoiled. And dealest treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. When thou hast ceased to spoil, thou shalt be spoiled. Ooh. And when thou art weary with dealing treacherously, hijack city, they shall deal treacherously with thee. O HWH, be gracious unto us. We have waited for you. thou their arm every morning, our salvation also in the time of trouble. At the noise of the tumult, the people are fled. At the lifting up of thyself, the nations are scattered, and your spoil is gathered as the caterpillar gathereth, and as locusts leap, do they leap upon it. HWH is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion with justice and righteousness, and the stability of thy time shall be a horde of salvation. Wisdom and knowledge, and the fear of HWH, which is his treasure. Behold, their valiant ones cry without. The ambassadors of Shalom weep bitterly. The highways lie waste, the wayfaring man ceaseth. He has broken the covenant. He has despised the cities. He regarded not man. The land mourns and languish. Lebanon is ashamed, it withers. Sharon is like a wilderness, and Bashan and Carmel are clean bare. Now will I arise, says HWH. Now will I be exalted. Now will I lift myself up. Cool. You conceive chaff. You shall bring forth stubble. Your breath is a fire that shall devour you, hijack city. And the people shall be as the burnings of lime, as thorns cut down that are burned in the fire. Hear you that are far off what I have done, and you that are near acknowledge my might. The sinners in Zion are afraid, trembling has seized the ungodly. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Who among us shall dwell with everlasting burning? He that walks righteously and speaketh uprightly, he that despiseth the gain of oppressions, that shaketh his hands from holding of bribes, no treaties, that stops his ears from hearing of blood and shutteth his eyes from looking upon evil. He that dwell on high, his place of defense shall be the munitions of rocks. His bread shall be given, his water shall be sure, Manak. His water shall be sure. Thine eyes shall see the king in his beauty. They shall behold a land stretching afar. Thy heart shall muse on the terror. Where is he that counted? Where is he that weighed? Where is he that counted the towers, that shall not see the fierce people, a people of a deep speech, that thou canst not perceive, of a stammering tongue, that thou cannot understand? Look upon Zion, HWH, the city of our solemn gathering. Your eyes shall see Jerusalem, a peaceful habitation, a tent that shall not be removed. The stakes whereof shall never be plucked up, neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. But there HWH will be with us in majesty, in a place of broad rivers and streams, wherein shall go no galley with oars, neither shall gallant ship pass thereby. None of these hijacked ships, man. For HWH is our judge. HWH is our lawgiver. HWH is our king, our Khan. He will save us. HWH will save us. Thy tacklings are loosed. They do not hold the stand of their mass. They do not spread the sail. Then is the prey of a great spoil divided. The lame take the prey, and the inhabitant shall not say, I am sick. The people that dwell therein shall be forgiven their iniquity. HWH, LaWah. It gets no realer than this, more. I mean, this just literally came to my heart bone as I was, surfing this wave, man. And all I can say is it's our time. So we don't gotta deal with this sickness no more. We don't gotta depend on no one else. HWH, our creator of this melanated true earth plane, is our king, is our lawgiver, because we are natural by law. Our only judge, not their courts. No more their ships, right? God. Woe to they that spoil us, man, because they will be spoiled. Woe to they that deal treacherously with Israel and America and all across the earth plane. Because, wow, we didn't deal treacherously with them. They went overboard with this oppression. They went crazy. But when they have ceased to spoil us, they shall be spoiled. And the cons say, HWH. Be our salvation, HWH, in our time of trouble. Be our salvation. We have waited for you, HWH, Allah, HWH. ThaWaDa. How y'all reeling, man? How y'all reeling? I know how you feeling. Manaya Shabbat Shalom. How you reeling? Forbidden Histories, we got the book. M.H.O.E, we got the look. Favazma, Drake and Hawata. So we can all say Allah. Hey, Mahxiggah took the wheel, man. TribeUPmuzik, man. Music for the Solbone. Righteous.
Let's get started.
Every day you get up, it's a celebration. In a different reality like multiplication. Don't mind me though, it's the education. My mind queued up, it's a soulful patient. I'm just going with the flow until I make it. Ain't no stopping me, no matter what I'm facing. Most high give me energy through the matrix. I got a strong will, but they trying to break it. Keep me rolling, keep me flowing, keep me soaring, keep me going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it.
Let's get started.
Keep it going, 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 keep it. Got this earth full of worlds and full of races. Got I speak, yet more than basic. Got a car stored up and never vacant. They try to lock my mind, but my heart never take. I will never fold up or never breaking. Matter of fact, I need some now for my pain. Most high, I need you for management. A couple screws loose and I can't handle it. Keep me rolling, keep me flowing, keep me soaring, keep me going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. M.H.O.E.
Let's get started.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to Mahxiggah. And let me tell you something straight up like this here, man. You know, Ma has always encouraged me to keep it going. You know, my hardest times, you know what I'm saying? I'm just getting out of, I think, one of my toughest times, you know, straight up, you know. I don't do a lot of discussing this and that. I recognize that I am quite introverted, you know, sometimes to a fault. Sometimes it's good, you know, it's like you don't really feel like you need a whole lot to pop off. Sometimes you know, just need that reminder, you know what I mean? And it's always been a reminder for me, you know. And other times, you know, when, you know, you're going through a lot and, you know, you just take on a lot. If you're one of them knockers, you know, like myself, sometimes I take on too much, you know what I mean? And my knockers is always patient with me, you know. I always, you know, hear that voice, man, you know what I'm saying? And my cons, not just mine, but all y'all Tribe Nation, you know, keep me going, man. So ThaWaDa to y'all, man. And make sure y'all in the classroom, man. This is really a classroom of frequency, TribeUPmuzik, Tribal Mafia, you know what I'm saying? The ambassador, TribeUPmuzik right here, M.H.O.E. Ma. Shout out to DJ Poncho, man. And I'm going to leave this link here, you know, right before we continue our investigation. You know what I'm saying? We just got this great drop last time from Natural by Law. So make sure y'all get this Natural by Law. All the latest TribeUPmuzik is right here in the TribeUPmuzik playlist. And it's all been compiled for you beautifully, you know what I'm saying, by Mahxiggah. And if you want to get featured in these drops as we raise our vibration, we like to play that high vibration music, you know, TribeUPmuzik, what we call it. You know, that real flow. You know that real flow. You know that real flow. You know that real flow. You want to get that real flow, you know what I'm saying? You want to get this all gold city flow. You want to get on this TribeUPmuzik playlist, man, y'all go hit up Mahxiggah. I'll leave a link, man, because, you know, Natural we featured last time. We got a lot more to feature. Lucky Lamar's over here popping off. Get up on the TribeUPmuzik playlist, you know what I'm saying, so we can feature your drop, you know, in between our flows, and just remind our cons what Nagas is on, you know what I'm saying? What type of real time we on, you know what I mean? We in that all gold city flow. We almost impressed the 129. Hey, we got that all gold cities, man. 15 gold.
All gold city, who the car really? All gold city, who the car really? All gold city, who the car really? All gold city, who the man? Is it Solomon? Tell who the man? Missing Muslim man, they tryna find a man that rule all this land. Like who the man that built this all gold city? All gold city, you're the hijack, crazy, putting chain on me. And freedom out of here, they want my soul from me. So many tests in here, my temple shining me. They want this city. I'll go city. Who the con really? I'll go city. Who the con really? I'll go city. Who the con really? I'll go city. I'll go city. I'll go city. Who the con really? I'll go city. Who the con really? I'll go city. Who the con really? I'll go city. I'll go city.
Ooh. Okay. I mean, we just getting turned up a little bit, man. Shabbat Shalom. We just got the high frequency flow for you, man. You know, we feel it in our bones. We feel it in our soul bone. C.J.Battle on all platforms. C.J.Battle. Let me dig on this joint right quick, man. We gonna be back. I'm just enjoying some Shabbat vibes with the Tribe. Shout out to the producer, Lucky Genius 777. Producers, Mahxiggah got the playlist for the producers as well, man. We got the playlist with the man. Just look, man. Hit up Mahxiggah to get on these playlists, man. Let's go.
I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The M.H.O.E, I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't not keep the code. I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The M.H.O.E, I put my
Hold up, man. I'm gonna reload it because they trying to fuzzy my man up too much, man. Sometimes you just gotta reload, hit the replay. Cause I go super duper hard, man. Shout out to the homies, man. Everyone putting it up, tribing up for the cause. This music for us is, it's our chant, it's our war cry, it's our battle cry, man. For the cause coming from the soul bone, right from the soul. You already know you feel that dragon rising. Alright. Yeah, play a song.
I had to change, don't know how to game.
Oh, man, they hijack is active. Look how active they are. Why don't you think they want you to get this frequency, man? Right now, if I played some low vibration music, I could play that without no skipping, without them trying to slow down the internet. Look at them. Look at they do this just because we in a high frequency. So never let them win, man. Never let them hijack your frequency, man. This is how the hijack gonna be. So we just take a breath. We've been patiently waiting. It just raises our vibration every time we take a breath, man. Don't that feel good, Con? I'm just popping off of the Con CJ battle. You see how many times I gotta reload sometimes just to get it playing right? Take a Hawa Baruch, so we can have our flow. That's all, man. All right. You ready? Maybe ready this time. Because we got some maximum pop offness going on. They gonna let you ride, CJ. They gonna let you ride. Look at them. They're afraid of CJ battle. CJ, what you do to these hijacks? Why they afraid of you, CJ? Dang, look how they jacking. Look how they hijacking. Oh, this is cray. It's cray. Wow. You seeing it with me. We could be playing anything right now. They wouldn't even do this. I don't think this is accidental. It's definitely not accidental, man. CJ must be saying, what are you saying in this song, man? Now I gotta listen to the lyrics way closer, man. Way closer. They won't even let it play. Now look at this. They won't even let it play. They won't even let you pop off. What are you saying in this song? Hey, y'all listen close, man.
I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The more I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't not keep the code. I had to change,
Keeping the
don't
code.
know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The more I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't not keep the code. Everybody got perspective, but don't nobody feel respect. You're not just my reflection now, everybody here connected. And if we lay them weapons down, how you supposed to feel protected? Tell me, don't you feel special? Now the most I got them blessings, I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The more I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't not keep the code. I had to change, don't know how to game. Goals I never play, belong can never fake. The more I put my faith in what I know we can't be all alone. I feel it deep down in my bones, that's why I can't
I
not
keep
keep
the
the
code.
code.
Come
That's why I can't not keep the
Yeah,
code.
yeah, yeah. That's what they was trying to hijack, CJ. A simple message like this gets across. And we're talking generational flow. You know, I'm in my 40s, some niggas in their 30s, some niggas in their 20s, some niggas in their teens. But the code unites all of our frequencies, no matter of this age, because age ain't nothing but a number. And time don't really exist. So we're on the same wave, the same frequency, at the same time. AFCJ battle, man. Tribal Mafia. Shout out to the entire Tribal Mafia, man. All the niggas making that music from the heart bone. Code up music, tribe up music, you know what I'm saying? Vibe up music, rise up music. Because the minute you keep the codes, the minute you rise all the way up. So again, getting that tribe up music playlist, man. All right, I'm up, I'm up. We up, I'm up. You up, I'm up. All right. How y'all want to do this? A couple things. A couple things. Couple things. Um, dig on, I'm just gonna leave this link, If you put in Leviathan Magic, because I was looking for this video, I still can't find it. I done so much drop, I'm losing. I can't even find drop. That's why we try to preserve everything, get our website going, 432thedrop.com. But yeah, put in Contract, Leviathan, and then Magic, and you're gonna see a nice assortment of Contract videos, man. Digging on Dragonflow, which is a lot of connectivity with the, Anasazi, with the native flow, with the, ooh, this one right here, the Maga Fa. I'm just gonna say it's a classic. We definitely gotta revisit some of this Hollywood magical cure quiet come dog headedness. I've been telling y'all, but this was a great presentation, my Naga. A lot's in there. A lot is in here. Yeah. They sent the Negro to pacify the native Nagas in America. Quite a good drop. Black royals hidden behind white royals. All right. They throw in their own thing, but here's my point. They're invoking Leviathan magic, and this is what I was looking for in this video. These Moorish sciences are not just invoking anything. A lot of it is going back to dragons, fallen dragons, and dragons that are not fallen. They're just trying to tap into the frequency. They're just trying to tap into the dragon frequency. See, snake eating its tail, it's really about the dragon eating its tail, because you are the dragon. And by being out of code, you're eating your own tail. Right. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of drop. It's just a lot of drop. The physics of our creator, what? I forgot about a lot of this drop, but we sure did do a lot of drop. The secrets of the diamonds. Man, super secret drop in that one, right? America, the promised land. Instead of milk, we find pearls. Instead of gold instead of honey, man. Milk and pearls, another classic. A lot of classic drop, if I might say so, my noggin. We're going to dig on some of this angel and dragons. And, they throw in whatever. Ooh, fire dance. Y'all remind me to do a fire dance outro since we talking TribeUPmuzik. Y'all remind me that we got to get this for the outro. We might have to get it for the outro. Okay. All right, so yeah. Y'all dig on. Just put that in. Just have fun. We're going to come back to this. Matter of fact, we talking CJ Battle. We talking Five Eyes Ma. We're talking Yosef the Real. We might as well celebrate now, man. Shabbat Shalom. A lot of my noggins say, man, this is one of their favorite tribal mafia drops right here. And we're going to get back to talking Leviathan magic right after this. But this is Naga magic right here, man. Levi. Oh, man. See, they're running ads on our stuff because, they're trying to hijack our flow. Hey, man, 22,000 cons, man, digging on this. I appreciate y'all. That's dope. Fire dads for my fire starters only, man. Wow.
Open flames on my name, super sane from my range, feel my pain, ether rain, vortex rage, press the vein.
Wow.
Give me sauce, popping off, magma drop, hot sauce, lemon drop, little salt, cleanse my butt, copper pop, spiral charge me up, Shekinah in my cup, ether for my love, energy from above.
Nine codes is the cheat code. Leave a hijack under these toes. Ask my dick, we done been old. 1991, he done been chose. 1999, with the Prince know. Elevator went to the 10th floor.
Shaka
walk hint on my gemstone. Black lava rocks on my chest bone. Speaking to the calm, better switch tones. Right cross, leave you as the flinch mode. Barney rubble down to the Flintstone. Barnes & Noble got it like a Prince mode. Exodus 20 got me in code. The hijack be robbing the tempo. Kick them robbers out your gates though. The robbers are beasts of the mental. The beats of your thoughts that told Texas Sylvanus and guard against. Now you must start again. The beast is an idea, inception. The dream within dreaming, no passion, no reasoning. Like a dope beat without seasoning. They limit the reason that we seasoning. Cooking design that we feeding in. Burning the bush, how I speaking in. Burning the kush till we meet again. Fight for the con to the bitter end. Spark back to life like a Peter Pan. Found the youth, I'ma start a trend. They thinking we done, they don't understand. Spark on the ground for my fire dance. Word to the tribe, we got fire plans. Law on our hearts so we understand. Brothers now too afraid to shake hands, damn. Mass plus COVID equals new man, damn. New moons got the wolves howling. Never throw the towel in, they might say we wildin', damn. Fire pits blazing for the fire dancers. We light up the fire for all the masses. Outlining chalk wrapped in plastic. Rolling up massive blazes back to class.
yourself.
Rolling in with the magi, but the kids who gon' fly in. M.H.O.E scripts at $96 straight from the frequency where they be. Wildness gracious, how these crooks lie to me. Like to me, UG, refuse my way of life, indoctrinate me, let the press to consummate me. Shakina in my cup, either light me up, copper build me up. Why take my breath? It's been tribal since and it's me with everlasting breath. Zion be a watch footstep, even in death. My ruach submit to the first and the last. Nagas is back from the past. Can't phantom concepts, so they trust in Johnny the Bath. Hijack beneath me, 300 stone like Gideon when it comes to the opposition. Keeping the code is admission. Chaos be decomposition. Keep straight in your position. Mission, overstand your intuition. Your conscious perspective on gamma ray, plasma, metal charge, bogus corona discharge. Why tie I splurge? Chaos I diverge to the campfire. I emerge, something like burning cedar. Elijah's mem regulator. For Hawaii, I'm a redeemer. Oh, brethren, how you misled us? I blame only us. I became churchless.
Wow.
I feel like the Avatar. Wrapping my crystals in gold. They tryna knock me off. Now we ain't getting old. Drinking in fountain drops.
That's what depressed the John.
I had to go out and find a way. They was telling me to smile and wave. We came to feast, ain't no holidays.
No holiday.
All of them games in my mind would play. Now I'm solid cause a wild's my base.
Wow.
In 4, 3, 2 the way. They got me dancing in fire. Don't pass me the lighter cause I'm about to set it off. But I see the light getting bright at the end of the tunnel and no way to turn it off. So I'ma keep digging no matter the cost. Gripping the Torah, I can't be lost. Keeping the code just like I was taught. Healing the world just like it's my fault. But it's getting hot like 1,000 degrees. Mask on, make it harder to breathe. Thick fog, make it harder to see. Crisscross when I'm taking a seat. Meditate, now I'm out 3D. Pitch pouch, can't be talking to me. Get lost so we make you believe.
Tribal Mafia. Man, this tribal music go up, man. Yourself, kind of many faces, man. That's one of the coldest tracks. Probably one of my first tracks with yourself right there, man. Mahxiggah did another, man. Mahxiggah does so much music. Man, we're going to have to really take some time, some hours to catch up. That's what I love about my bro, man. He keeps it flowing. Man. Oh, man, I know my life. We are. I know my life. We are.
I'ma come on, mask out. Roll up, then I blast out. Ain't no stopping me. Ain't no stopping me. I'ma come on, mask out. Roll up, then I blast out. Ain't no stopping me. Ain't no stopping me. Get them off of me. Get them off of me. I'ma come on, mask out. Roll up, then I blast out. Get them off of me. Get them off of me. I'ma come on, mask out. Roll up, then I blast out. Need a gun with ass out. Catch a murder with ass out. All that anger with ass out. Acting hard with ass out. I will never be from that cloud. Keep my mellow what I was taught. Being a little gangster with your laws. Killing black queen was your fault. Ghetto property. Mental trafficking. Possession socially. Ghetto monopoly. Ghetto property. Money pushing it. Hijack property, ghetto monopoly. Fuck your property, that mentality. That's my property, that's my family. Fuck your property, that mentality. That's my property, that's my family. I'ma come on, mask out, roll up, then I blast off. Ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me. I'ma come on, mask out, roll up, then I blast off. Ain't no stopping me, ain't no stopping me. Get 'em off of me, get 'em off of me. I'm come on, mask out, roll up, then I blast off. Get 'em off of me, get 'em off of me. I'ma come on, mask out, roll up, then I blast out. Think you're a killer with ass out, took a good soul with that cost. Hell on the corner and never fall off. Pay for your sin when pain is bought. Being a little gangster where he was taught, but holding a gun what made him soft. Jewish man influenced out, being a music entertainment boss. Ghetto property, mental trafficking, possession socially. Ghetto monopoly, ghetto property, money pushing through. Hijack property, ghetto monopoly. Fuck your property, that mentality. That's my property, that's my family. Fuck your property, that mentality. That's my property, that's my family.
Ooh, that's our family, man. We up, man. Let's go. What y'all want to dig on? You want to talk the firmament? Leviathan scales? Is the firmament made out of Leviathan scales? A Lego? Walter John? Hey, you got the drop. 9. That's
Is it
solid.
solid as the Latin word, which it has translated into, suggests firmament? What is its nature? Well, in biblical passages, it is actually one of the first things that is created, being created on the second day to separate waters. And one of the Psalms says that this firmament shows the handiwork of God. And so, what is this firmament? Basil spent considerable time pondering the nature of this firmament, at times suggesting that it was firm, and at other times suggesting that it was less so, trying to debate whether it was fiery or whether it was like rock crystal or frozen water.
Mm.
And so, certainly, he took it that there was a literal firmament, although its nature escaped him. Augustine was certain that a firmament existed, but what it was and what it was composed of, he was not sure. Ælfric held that the firmament was heaven, or the part of heaven which was visible and material and adorned with stars. Aquinas reviewed diverse opinions on the nature of the firmament and noted that some felt that it was solid, some felt that it contained the stars, and others felt that it was the region where the clouds collected. Although both Luther and Calvin accepted a physical firmament which separated the waters, neither was certain as to its nature or its composition.
Unknown substance. Leviathan scales. Keep Leviathan scales in mind. Let's keep going. Let's go quickly. Leviathan in the book Encyclopedia of Demons in World Religions and Cultures. Of course, Shalak, we know how to dodge the hijack. Leviathan is created by the Creator on the 5th day of creation. So we're not talking about no demon, no evil frequency created to devour mankind or nothing like that. We're talking about a wise dragon. Now, the way they interpret, right? We're now looking into the mind of a hijack. We got to get in the headbone of a hijack for a second. I want to look at this question as, what are they worshiping? What are they trying to tap into? How are they trying to hijack our frequency? And I'm gonna get into the mud fossil flow too. Shout out to Mud Fossil University, who talks about the dragon in Morocco. And it finally clicked. I said, dragon in Morocco? That's what the Moors be tapping into, man. In Morocco. That's why they set Morocco up. In Morocco. They tapping into Leviathan, also known as Lotan. Okay, let's get it. Let's get it bigger. Twisted coiling, right? Coiling dragon or beast, they call it. Lawa, 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 Tanani. Uh-oh, dragon talk. Tanani, Tanin. We're talking dragon. So now this one is originating in ancient Hebrew lore and popularized in medieval demonology. Leviathan, the demon of envy and faith, was an aquatic arc she-demon. She also was also said to be a fallen angel of the order of the seraphim. Her name in Hebrew means the crooked or piercing serpent or dragon or whale. They hide a lot of stuff under the whale. And they're saying she and female. Remember, we got last time there was 2 Leviathans, and we're gonna get that again. That she was put into this brine situation, and they're created as food in a sense. You know what I'm saying? As an ultimate purpose for the righteous in the wilderness and whatnot. And we'll connect to more of that. I'm gonna get your comments because some of niggas is really popping off, really popping off on the flow. So, all right. So I'm just trying to see how they're using it, right? So they say, oh, fallen angel of the order of seraphim. Prove it. Prove it. Prove Hawa's dragon fell out with the creator. Or did the creator, use Leviathan for a purpose like we got last time? And then BMI and Leviathan went into a war, and then they both were destroyed. Now, how many Leviathans are created? We don't know. Were any of these Leviathans fallen? I don't know. But if we're talking about Hawa's dragon, this ain't the one. But what are they tapping into? Created by Hawa, right? On the 5th day of creation, Leviathan is described as a monstrous female sea creature, 300 miles long. Now just focus on some of these, dodge all the hijack. Try to, see clearly. We're going to do our best together because we're going into some of their magic. So we got to stay together through this. We got to stay together. Matter of fact, I need that 432 beautiful songs by the Aqua Siba, man. She has a great 432 flow, man. Let's keep our water flowing. Okay. I need the frequency. Now this Leviathan is 300 miles long. All right. Now that will cover a lot of this Morocco territory to an extent, right? And the dragon is covering like a lot of North Africa, whatever, but it's hundreds of miles long. We can see some evidence of that with the mud fossil drop. Now, the symbol of chaos and all this stuff is all their conjecture. Chaos to who? Any dragon would be chaos to somebody. It depends on, what order, right? But we're talking about the order of the seraphim, which is the highest order of angels. Now, doesn't this start to sound like the Revelations dragon, right? And this fallen dragon that's devouring this Christ child. Well, yeah, that's why they would call it a demon, because it's devouring their anointed. It's devouring their frequency. So now Leviathan gets this demon name. And we got last time in etymology that's sometimes referred to as a demon, right? So here we go. Now we can see the magical flow, their magic hijack. But this is Hawa's dragon. Let's keep that abundantly clear. Created by HWH on the fifth day of creation, Leviathan is described as a monstrous female sea creature, 300 miles long, eyes glowing as brightly as twin suns. This is why no angels wanted no piece of this. She is the symbol of chaos. Using her supernatural strength, she hunted and ate a whale a day. Her breath was so foul that to breathe it in was enough to kill. Now, doesn't that sound familiar? She could send a wave of intense heat from her mouth that could boil water instantly. Now, hold up. Oh, this is crazy. She was also said to have lived in the Mediterranean Sea. And ain't that right above Morocco? This connects even more. Hold up, man. We're going to connect a couple things. Right above Morocco, Mediterranean Sea. Pull up the links back to the sacred text, right, on the fifth day. Right? It says the real purpose of Leviathan. I know it's small. Pull up the links, Mahxiggah, is to be served up as a dainty to the pious in the world to come. Right? The female was put in the brine as soon as she was killed to be preserved against the time when her flesh would be needed. Now, I can't confirm or deny nothing. I'm just surfing away with y'all, man, because they was mentioning the female, right? So there were two. It says the male was destined to offer a delectable sight to all beholders before he's consumed. When his last hour arrives, HWH will summon the angels to enter combat with the monster, but sooner will Leviathan cast his glance. Now didn't it say this Leviathan over there had this deadly glance that they had to flee in fear and dismay? Eyes glowing as bright as the twin suns. So this eyes glowing as bright as the twin suns is the deadly glance. And then it said her breath was so foul that to breathe, it was enough to kill. Okay, let's put this together. Two separate substantiating documents right here. Okay. When he is hungry, a hot breath blows from his nostrils and makes the waters of the great sea seething hot. Now, what does it say about his breath? But there is one thing that makes Leviathan repulsive, right? His foul smell, which is so strong that if it penetrates thither, it would render paradise an impossible abode. So it's enough. His breath, that foul smell, is enough to kill, make paradise impossible. All right. Back to the Encyclopedia of Demons and World Religions and Culture. So we got the foul smell with the breath and the supernatural power and eyes that glow like the twin suns. Okay, so we got some confirmation in two different documents about, this deadly glance. But no sooner will Leviathan cast his glance at them that they will flee in fear and dismay. Now this reminds me of Michael fighting these angels in Revelations, man. Or Michael fighting this dragon, right? And it's a heroic story in Revelation, but in reality, Michael wasn't no dragon slayer, Mahxiggah. HWH had to summon Behemoth And then they had to get the duel on. It wasn't no Michael because the angels fled in fear. Why? Because his eyes, or her eyes, were glowing as brightly as twin suns. You don't want that type of energy, man. She could send a wave of intense heat from her mouth that could boil water instantly. A wave of heat. Oh yeah, it makes the water seething hot. We're talking about a wave of heat. When he is hungry, a hot breath blows from his nostrils, right? A wave of heat makes the waters of the great sea seething hot. All right, I'm just connecting a couple documents on Leviathan, before we understand what's really popping, even with these hot springs or, certain weird anomalies like fish jumping out the water all of a sudden. Why? Because it got hella hot. You got some intense heat. What's really popping off with Levi? And then we got this 300-mile long situation, right, in the Mediterranean sea, boss. Mud Fossil University.
All right, look at this picture carefully. Now, you see this structure coming in here, feeding all of these things. You see these things, this loop, all this same structure. You see over here all these little feeders coming off of here, and the same thing on the sides all over, and the architecture of what you're looking at. Now, what is it that you think you're seeing here? Is this maybe like a liver or a cross-section of a lung or a kidney perhaps? Some biological structure? I would look and think that by looking at this, what we see right here. Now, when we back out of this a little bit, we see that it's still quite a large structure. And look at all the detail, and we wonder what's going on here. And as we come out of here, we realize that we're actually in the desert of Morocco, and right up here is the head of a dragon that leaked out some substance that is not what you normally see around. Now, I don't know what it is, but what we at Mud Fossil Research determined is this is a dragon's head right here. And I believe these are the horns sticking out the back, the flutes. If you look carefully, you can see like a fluty looking horny thing here, and another one coming up this side, which is exactly what a dragon's head looks like. And they're, I can't prove this is real, but I'm telling you, I looked at it carefully, and I've looked at all the research, and China says in ancient texts there was dragon breeders and dragon tamers. And there was feathered ones and there was furred ones, and the ones that were fur and feathers were magical, and the other ones had scales, and the ones that were magical were going to be seen when great events took place, and great events are taking place right now. So all I can see is what I can see, and this is all over the place. Now I don't know if it's real or not, but it sure looks like real to me, and it's exactly what we're looking at over here. Now if you follow this head down, let's get back to where we were here. Here's the head. And if we follow this all the way down through his body, you're going to see this is his neck. I mean, there is literally no chance that this is not his neck. Those are dragon scales, if I've ever seen dragon scales, which I have never seen them until I saw this. Now, this is the fluting over his head.
Whoa.
These are things that you see in the Chinese dragon symbology. We always thought was silly, but it is not silly. That is a dragon. Now, and as you go down, you can follow this thing. I'm not going to belittle the whole thing, but if you go, keep going, we're going 900 miles, and this is where his tail flares out at the end, which they all flare in these pictures. And if you look at the end here, that's the same structure. That's not normal.
Now, this was 900 miles. The other one, it says 300 miles, give or take, Banaga. It's in Morocco. The other one, Leviathan's said Mediterranean Sea, so it's letting you know. And then now you see this situation here. And what do the Moors in Morocco know about Leviathan? What do they know about Leviathan? Because they literally are living on top of Leviathan. What magic are they tapping into with these bones or frequency or whatever? What do they know? Is it a coincidence that Morocco is exactly where this Leviathan is? And this could be the female Leviathan. This could be, I don't know. We don't know which Leviathan, but there's a Leviathan in Morocco.
That's the same stuff as in the beginning. This is dragon scale stuff. It's just what it is. I'm not making this up. You can see what I can see with your own two eyes. And that's exactly what it says. This is supposed to be ancient Libya. This is Morocco. And look at these colors and things. This had some kind, this was, I don't know what kind of dragon this was, because apparently there was all kinds of different ones. There was feathered ones and all kinds of, there was ones in the water, there was ones on earth, and this is all documented. This is nothing.
Yeah, we talking Leviathan. We is talking Leviathan, ain't we? Ain't we, cuz? We is talking Mediterranean Sea. God slew the female Leviathan, salted it, and fed it to his people so that it could not reproduce with its mate. Fed it to his people, just like Psalms 74 we got last time. Food for the righteous or the pious, right? Okay. The hide of the beast was used to make the tent the feast was held under. Where else have we heard this tent talk? Where else have we heard the tent talk? Okay, the real purpose of Leviathan is to be served up as a dainty to the pious in the world to come, right? A dainty. We're talking manna in the wilderness. Ooh, okay. They will return, these angels will return to the charge with swords, but in vain, for his scales can turn back steel like straw. So he said, is this firmament made out of Leviathan scales, and what's it's got to do with the tent, right? Isaiah 40, I stretched it out. I spread it out like a tent. They're talking about the tent that we eating under. How many of us is eating under this tent? They will be equally unsuccessful when they attempt to kill him by throwing darts and slinging stones. And then let you know we're talking about missiles. Such missiles will rebound without leaving the least impression. So we're talking about Operation Fishbowl, shooting missiles and then not making no impression, right? Not on the scales of Leviathan. Disheartened, the angels will give a combat. HWH will command Leviathan and Behemoth to enter into a duel. So it wasn't the angel Michael, like it says in Revelation, taking on this dragon. Behemoth had to come. They had a duel. The issue would be that both would drop dead. Behemoth slaughtered by a blow of Leviathan's fins, and Leviathan killed by a lash of of Behemoth's tail. Is this what we're seeing the remains of in Morocco? From the skin of Leviathan, HWH will construct tents to shelter companies of the pious while they enjoy the dishes made of his flesh. This is what Psalm 74 is all about. The amount assigned to each of the pious will be in proportion to his deserts or his lot or his land. God, and no one's going to begrudge each other, no covetous. Yeah, no one's covetous. This is the righteous. What is left of Leviathan's skin will be stretched out over Jerusalem as a canopy, man. God, how many witnesses we got that Leviathan's scales or skins is being used as a tent or like a canopy to dwell in? We just got Isaiah 30, right? Slide over here to Isaiah 40, 22. Surfing the wave with me. I'm surfing the wave with you. My, my young Khan is over here popping off, so you know. Hey, out to Makir, M.H.O.E. He popping off, man. Don't mind the Khan. Shabbat Shalom. Verse 22, Isaiah 40, it is he that sits above the circle of the earth. Circle, not the ball. Circle. And the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers that stretch out the heavens as a curtain. With what? Leviathan scales? The skin of Leviathan? And spreads them out as a tent, right? To dwell in. As a tent, manag. To dwell in. As a tent, Managa, what is left of Leviathan's skin will be stretched out over Jerusalem as a tent, Managa, as a canopy, and the light streaming from it will illuminate the whole world. And what is left of his flesh, after the righteous have appeased their appetite, will be distributed among the rest of men. But first, this, radiating, situation, because Leviathan, his fins radiate brilliant light. So we're just talking about energy, frequency, and vibration. We talk about this manna. The very sun is obscured by the radiant light of Leviathan's fins, Managa. And this is a approved fish, giant sea fish, to eat in this situation, because back to Leviathan, back to the book of Leviticus. Levi, Leviathan, Leviticus. Got it. Back to Leviticus, fins and scales, right? That's the clean fish, right? So this fish got fins, this fish got scales. Scales are impenetrable, right? Stretched out as a tent, why not? As a tent to dwell in. Stretched out over Jerusalem, over Jerusalem as a tent. Ahab to Baruch Yasharah dropped a great comment on the last drop. Leviathan for food precept in second Baruch 27. Okay. I'm just gonna belly fly. Let's get it bigger, man. Wow. Right in our face. Right in the face, ball. All right, let's get it over here, man. Verse 4, 29. And Behemoth shall be revealed from his place, and Leviathan shall ascend from the sea, and these two great monsters, Shalak, these two great monsters which I have created on the fifth day of creation, back to the fifth day, shall have kept until that time, and they shall be for food for all that are left. So this is saying not just Leviathan, but also behemoths for food. So Psalm 74, we just got sacred text dropping this drop, and we get more confirmation in Baruch. Shout out to the God, man, that it's for food for all that are left. The earth shall yield its fruit 10,000-fold. On each vine there shall be 1,000 branches, and each branch shall produce 1,000 clusters, and each clusters produce 1,000 grapes. So we popping off, right? And they shall behold marvels every day, for a wind shall go forth from them before me to bring every morning the fragrance of aromatic fruits. And at the close of the day, clouds distilling the dew of health, Managa, that healing dew. And it shall come to pass at that self same time that the treasury of manna shall again descend from on high, and they will eat of it in those years. So we don't have to go crazy to connect the Leviathan flow to the manna flow, because they just connected the Leviathan flow to the manna flow, Managa. It's just the manna being rained down, high frequency, energetic Leviathan, manna. And is that the purpose of making a fish that big? And is that where they're getting this Jesus story of how he, took a fish and turned this fish into a situation where everybody could eat this fish and all this stuff like that, and everybody had the fish. And then our parents are growing up having this Friday fish day type of situation where Friday is always associated with fish. The Shabbat is always associated with this sacrifice of this giant sea fish that fed the righteous in the wilderness. We're talking about the treasury of manna. The treasury of manna. Shout out to Baruch, man. Baruch got what they do. He got a lot of great drive, man. Go dig on all these, amazing comments. Man, you see why we popping off in real time. Wow. So I guess the question is, like, this female Leviathan, is this what mud fossils seen in Morocco? And is this Mediterranean situation that we're seeing connected with Morocco? And is Morocco tapping into Leviathan, magically speaking? Because Leviathan wasn't made for them. Are they tapping into it, magically speaking, right? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I just pulled up this book because it just seemed like it has some secret drop in here. It's a book called The Princess and the Prophet by Jacob S. Dorman. And it was connecting some of this, Leviathan magic flow. It says, with an array of profitable businesses, the Moors built a nationwide following of thousands of dues-paying members swung Chicago election. So we're talking Illinois, we're talking Dragon Lines, Phineas crisscrossing on your headbone, total solar eclipse, 2024 April, right? That's our new year, right? And it's crisscrossing right in this little segment of Illinois, which is very close to Mound City and Little Egypt and Cairo. Connects to this Benton situation we're going to dig on. Okay. This is the Princess and the Prophet tells the story of the black Broadway performer who, among the world of Arabian acrobats and equestrians, Muslim fakirs, Fakirs, and Wild West shows, discovered in Islam a greater measure of freedom and dignity, and a rebuttal to the racism and parochialism of white America, the hijacked city, overturning the received wisdom that the prophet was born on the East Coast. Dorman has discovered that Noble Drew Ali was born Walter Brister in Kentucky. I heard different names and stuff, man, but Walter Brister, okay, in Kentucky. And then I say the Ishmaelites, or didn't we read the Ishmaelites teamed up with the Kentuckians in this 18th century flow? And the Kentuckians are responsible for the death of Tecumseh, or one of the Khans of Israel, right? The last great Khan of Israel. What does all this got to do with Kentucky, right? Kentuckians and Ishmaelites and Confederacy. With the help of his wife, a former lion tamer and Hindu magician. So his wife's a Hindu magician. What magic is she tapping into? Brister renamed himself Prophet Noble Drew Ali and founded the processor of the Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple of America, in the 1920s. I just thought that was interesting. Y'all dig on this because we're just talking about the more mystery of the Moorish Science Temple, Southern Blacks, and American Alternative Spirituality, 1920 Chicago. I just put up some links. I don't know. We're just surfing the wave. Why not? We're going to belly flop. We're going to belly flop to page 134. Let's go. Okay. Just digging on it. They call it the Aquarian. They call it the Aquarian Gospel, and we're just digging on Aquaman 2, Poseidon, who some call Canaan. The parts of the Quran we can be relatively sure Noble Drew Ali wrote himself are the book's one-page introduction and the last 4 chapters, which spell out his political beliefs most plainly. In these pages, Ali presents ideas filtered through generations-old African-American interpretations of the Bible to place blacks at the very center of human development and history. Stop. We're not talking blacks. We're talking the tribes of the Moabites, the Canaanites, you know what I'm saying? The, Amalekites, whoever's rocking, whatever confederacy's rocking, Hamite, whatever you want to talk about. So these were specific tribes of melanated people sneaking up on the promised land, encroaching, being covetous of other so-called blacks right here in America, creating their narrative, getting ahead of his story, right? History. They want to make it a black on white thing, and that filters out the tribal flow. That filters out who's really fighting Tecumseh. He wasn't just fighting whites. He's fighting these other tribes of who would be called Negroes today. The prophet's retelling of world history stresses the unity of non-whites or Asiatics. So you got to be non-whites or Asiatic. No, we're talking tribe, because this is Asia, boss, and places all their ancestors in the ancient Holy Land. We're talking Africa, we're talking America, because they seem to have set up shop right here. Morocco, right? Independent of white centuries ago. In chapter 45 of his Holy Quran, the divine origin of the Asiatic nations, Ali explains. The Egyptians, who were the Hamites and of direct descendant of Mizraim, Arabians, well, not Arab proper, not, not Arab proper, the seed of Hagar, Japanese, and Chinese, all melanated, huh? Okay. The Hindus of India, the descendants of the ancient Canaanites, Hittites, Moabites, and Atlantic Canaan. So they're doing it for the Hittites. They're doing it for the Canaanites. They're doing it for the Moabites, not the Israelites, not the Tecumseh, not the Tecumseh. The Asiatic nations and countries in North, South, and Central America, they're going to take all that over. They're going to take all of Jerusalem, right? And the Moorish Americans and Mexicans and the North American, Brazilians, Argentinians. So they made it all, melanated or black people got to fall in line with the Moabites, the Hittites, the Canaanites. But what happened to the seed of Jacob? Colombians, Nicaraguans, natives of San Salvador, Central America, all these are Muslims. Shout out to Teach Me to Be Priestly. Shout out to Let Us Find the Truth. Muslims refers to a people of the promise in etymology. So who are these people of a promise? Sub-Saharan Africans are conspicuously missing from the above roster of the world's people, but Ali accounts for them later by positing migration from Moab in ancient Canaan, we're talking Canaan or Ana, Ania, into all of Africa by old man Cush and his family, who many blacks believe first settled the Upper Egyptian Empire known as Kush. The specifics of how each particular national group was to have originated within the ancient Holy Land he leaves unclear. That's unclear, boss. We got to figure that out for ourselves. Nonetheless, Ali goes on to proclaim his purpose as reuniting all the people. That was the Tecumseh's purpose. That's crazy. We are talking 1800s, right? That's crazy. That was the Tecumseh's purpose. To reunite the tribes. Pan-native, right? All-inclusive to nature. Natural birthright. HWH. All-inclusive to the Creator. But now they want to reunite with their people, with their common ancestry. Not all black people, my nigga. Their tribes. Canaanites, Cushite, whatever you want to call it, Hittite, Moabite. Yeah, he goes on to proclaim his purpose. I ain't mad at it, but that's their prophet. That's his purpose, to reunite their tribe. Shalom. Clear my throat, man. That's their purpose, my naga. 7:20 in the morning. I've been talking all night. Popping off, man. Had a Shabbat party with my babies. Went right into just sharing a few thoughts with you. And look how they're going to bring in David. Within the ranks of Asiatics, Noble Drew Ali defined a unique ethnic identity for African Americans. I bet it's a unique identity he defined called the Moorish American. Well, Moor means great, so you're talking about the great-ish. I ask you, my naga, are you great or are you great-ish? Are you strong-ish? Are you righteous-ish? Or are you righteous? Are you great or are you not great? Direct descendants of ancient Moabites. See, they're tribal when they want to be tribal. When it's convenient to capture you in the black hole, make you fall asleep and not resist whatever they bringing. So you just think it's about black people, then they just make it about black people. We're all great, they say. They don't tell you what tribe you from, what tribe they from, until you really start digging. Ruth, the great grandmother of King David. So this is how they tie themselves in with the David line. Through Ruth, right? The great grandmother of King David. She was a Moabite. Oh no. So now we got this Moabite connection through the grandmother of King David. This is the same way they try to tie in Jesus. He's a son of David. They're always trying to connect to King David, and you got to wonder why. When they don't even talk on King David. They don't even speak on King David. He ain't no Moabite. He's the king of Judah. How can King David be worthy of clout chasing, and yet you do it for the Moabite, the Canaanite, the Hamite, yet you do it for all these other tribes, but the Israelite, but yet you admit that the great grandmother of the king of Judah, king of Israel, one shepherd forever, Ezekiel 37, Ezekiel 34, Hosea 3, Jeremiah 30. You don't do it for David, of whom Jesus was a direct descendant. Stop the cavalry. Was herself a Moabite. Now they want to hijack into the one shepherd. Yeah. Yeah, Moab was a feisty independent territory. A feisty independent territory that came into conflict with ancient Israel, but they don't do it for ancient Israel. But ancient Israel is right here in ancient America. Shout out to Tecumseh. So are we talking Anion or are we talking Canaan, Manak? And this is why we always say you got to choose your Canaan. Because the Canaan, there's multiple Canaans. There's a Canaan connected with Enoch. There's a Canaan connected. You know what I'm saying? So when they say Canaanites and they try to put you into, one, framework, you know what I'm saying, of how they pronounce it, what they pronounce, and we're just talking Hana, right? And if you drop the H, it's Anani or Anan Managa. Like Anan, Anan like Anan. Founder of the Ananites, Anan, son of David. David is always playing, right? Even in their Noble Drew Ali Moorish flow, they got to connect to David somehow, JC, Christianity got to connect to David somehow. But all that's connected to your Hebrew roots right here in America. And how would you know we're talking about Anion and the Ananites? How would you know we're talking about Anani? I mean, this is deep history right here. This ain't no play history. How would you know we're talking Anani? or Hanan, then they put that K or C in front, and they got Canaan or Canaan. So which land of Canaan are we talking about, Manar? Because this land of Canaan, since we're speaking in this forked serpent, alchemical serpent tongue, this Canaan, or Hanan, or Anion, yeah, this Anion here, boss. Yeah, you can't play with this Anion here, man. Nah, man. All right. Hey, I'm sitting in the. It's a cold top of the soul. But I hear my people getting up, and I really want to finish this without getting interrupted. So, Drop is sitting in the cold car for you, cause I love y'all like that, man. It's all right, man. I got my fuzzy slippers on. I got my fuzzy mittens. Hey, man, I got y'all. So, yeah, man. You think they're playing with Anion, Kingdom, Regnum, or Quivera, which we got last time, right? Keyber, he better, Eber. Switch them to the B's and to the V's and the Q's, to the C's and the K's, and sometimes they drop the C's, and you just got the H's. And that's how you go from the Quivera to the he better. Because I'm not just dropping the C's, man. They dropping the C's, man. They dropping the C's and the H's, and it's all the same name. It's all Anan, son of John. Because Yahanan is John Monag. This is the 10th Axalar. The Axalarchs are the leaders during Babylonian captivity or any of these captivities. We have Axalarchs. We have shepherds. This is the 8th Axalarch, brother of Haya or Hawa Bar Shaphat. 9th Axalarch, father of Abraham, David. David still play, right? Nathan ben Canaan. This Anan is son of Shaphat ben Yahanan, 4th Axalar. Wife, Shaphat. All right. So Canaan, when they speak Canaanites, are they hijacking the flow of Ania? Are they hijacking the flow of Anion Kingdom? But they're definitely hijacking the dragons, right? Look at them right here going to war against our dragons. Look at them, man. Anion and Quivera in the same spots, right? Where else do we see Anion, man? It's the new world, man. It's the new world, right? But how come you don't see Anion and the Strait of Anion in your maps? Why is it called the Bering Strait today? Is it Canaan or Anan? Is this the land of Canaan or Hanan or Anion? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And just to know this ain't no play. with the orientation to the David Rumsey map. Shalom to the cop. Yeah, I gotta dig on the David Rumsey map collection, man, because they got cartography like none other, man. Popping off, right? You get your Earth in the center, Antarctica, no cap on Antarctica's chest bone, no ice, right? We got North America, South America. Hmm. North America, South America connected to the worlds beyond the poles, but let's just stay in North America since that's what we're talking about today. Mostly, we're talking Antioch. Yeah. And we keep saying this over and over on these maps. Eventually, you say, what does Antioch have to do with North America? And the Strait of Antioch, Ananano, Aniano. We just see that Anion or Anan, one letter rule. Shout out to Horace Butler. He was correct because that's what they do. They drop one letter or change a vowel, or they'll drop a C or drop an H just to disguise their forked tongue reality that there's two or more Canaans. So I just want to clarify to my wave surfers, 360-degree dragonfly perspective havers, Tribe Nation out there. When you see Canaan, think Canaan, because this is what they're hijacking, the promised land. And how do they hijack it? With the switcheroo. Now they're banging for the Canaanites because they're trying to bang for Antioch. They want to bang for Antioch, huh? Antioch is Anan, son of David. And is that why the Prester's son, Hanan, would have an entire kingdom named after him in America in the same position, the same coordinates as Prester John, King David? Remember, he wrote the code in 770, wrote the definitive code, right? We're talking code keepers to the brim, man. I'm talking Prester John, right? King David. His son is Solomon. Uh-oh. What? The timelines have been switched at least 1,800 years, my nigga? What happened? Phantoms and duplications. His son is Hanan. And his other son is the Exarch David the sixth. Hanan, my nigga, is Anani. Is Anan, is Canaan. Dodge the timelines. That's why you're going to see it. If you look in 1200s, 1300s, whatever, then all the way back to the 200s, right? Remember the three major chronological time shifts. 333 years left to Anatoly Fomenko, 1,054 years and 1,778 years. We just jumped around 1,000 years just now. That's a 1,000-year jump. One's talking 200. One's talking 1,200. Say it again, drop. What's the three major chronological time shifts? According to the Russian cartographer Anatoly Fomenko, 333 years, 1,054 years, and 1,778 years. That means they could take the same history from the 1200s, push it back 300 years, or push it back 1,000 years, or 1,800 years, and now you got David and the BCs. You don't think they'll do that to you in your public education, man? Wow. Wow. So, calm down, Drop. It's a restful day. I definitely don't want to overdrive. I just want to get this point across to you on the Shabbat. That they switched our timelines at least 1,000 years. So you can go from 1200s, 1222. You can go from 1222 to 216 right in your Facebook and still be talking the same Anan who is Hanan. Not by coincidence. You're still talking David. You're talking David in 200s. You're talking David in the 1200s. And this XLR David the Sixth, the son of Prester, who if he's carrying a David title, the Prester is also carrying the David title. And is this the one that had to meet Genghis Khan head up in 1202? While the Prester, went to more worlds beyond the poles or went into suspended animation, however you want to say it. And love to the Aquas, because Lady Hannah is all over the place connecting as well. And Hannah is also Anna, or, Ania. Anna is the mother of Moses in the Quran. I believe her name is Anna, right? Which is Hannah or Hannah. So there's a female male counterpart to the flow, framer, shaper, exilarchs. Exilarchs. I'm saying Hanan is Canaan, or Canaan is Ania, or Anan bin David, who wrote the code in 770, but dodged the timelines, right? Because this could easily be, 1200, right? This could easily be whatever. So in 770, Anan wrote the definitive code of his order, the Sefer HaMetzvot, book of precepts. Its unifying principle is its rejection of much of the Talmud. Hijack free wasn't doing this Judaism stuff. We're talking about the Tanakh, where it says only the Bible is held valid, but we know we're talking Tanakh. But it is interpreted with an unusual mixture of freedom and literalism. And then connect this with the Moses Maimonides, who also supposed to be writing the code in the 1200s. And then we start talking advanced level wave surfer drop. Is Moses and David connected in a deeper way than we could imagine? Right. So they want to connect these similarities to Islam, but the Bible itself has similarities to the Quran. So you're always going to find similarities to Arab proper and, the other, Arab minors. You know what I'm saying? Are they really a rabbi? And a true Arab is a rabbi, Manang. A rabbi. Arab proper. Now you're connected with the families of Joktan, the Yucatan. Now we're talking about birthright. Here we're talking about Anan or Anian. The Ananites, which are the Canaanites. But now you're getting a whole nother timeline and a whole nother genealogy. The Anian is the Canaan, is the land of Canaan if they're telling it. But if we're telling it, it's Anian. Remember how they tried to erase Anian out the algorithm? We were getting on Anian, the Anian River with the Moabite, you know, the boundaries, the Moabites and the Canaanites, and this Arnon River in the scriptures connects with the Anian originally. They changed it to Arnon for a reason. Because when you start digging on Anian, it brings you to a kingdom, not just a river. Huh? It brings you to the Anans. Anani, Hanans, and the Canaans. It brings you to the Anan, Ben David. It brings you, Managa, to the Hana, right? Like Lady Hannah, who's the mother of Hana or Ania. Alright, so the Hanan is, the Hebrew Prester connection to the Canaan, which connects to an entire kingdom in America ruled by the Prester John. And this is what all those Tecumseh wars is about. This is what the treaties are about. The land of milk and honey, my nigga. Anion is not mythological, man. Neither is the land of Canaan. But they keep making it seem like the Canaanites were already here. You mean the Ananites? Are we talking Canaanite or are we talking Ananite and Anion? See, in Tribe Nation, we don't always have all the answers, but we've learned to quietly ask the right question. Why can I zoom in on North America, 1500s, past this Antarctic circular wall with no ice on it? What's the land gonna reveal underneath this ice, my naga? Today. Why can I go to the west coast of North America where the Bering Strait would be and run directly into the kingdom of Ania? At the exact same place as we're seeing over here with the Strait of Ania, or we see over here. In 1597 with the Anian Kingdom. right above Kovera Kingdom. Kovera. Anyhow, why would Hanan's kingdom be right above Kovera or Kibera or Heber or the land of Eber? Also on this David Ramsey map, the PR means provincia or kingdom. Why do I see Anion and Kovera in the 1500s over and over again? Is this Canaan or Anion and Kovera or Heber or Eber, in different maps, man, in different maps. So Hijack City, you're going to have to make this make sense. Anion Kovera, Anion Kovera, Anion and Kovera. Us knowing that Kovera connects to these cities of go. It amplifies the belief in the strait between Asia and the kingdom of Ania. 7 cities and towns, right? How many kingdoms of Atlantis? 7. How many cities of gold? 7. Septimania on the maps. Sept means 7. Cities of gold, actually shown along with the many rivers and capes. Yeah. And this is what they are making treaties for. This is what they came for. And it all connects back to the father of Anion, Managa. Raja Chola, Jadaron, Emperor of Solbone, top of the Solbone, Prester John, the Pandion, father of David and Solomon, father of Hanan or Canaan. Am I overdropping? Or is Canaan Anion? So we got to check them right where they stand. We got to tell them about the 3 major chronological time shifts. Let them know timeline's been shifted 300 years, 1,000 years, 1,800 years. And we still talking David. David must play, right? David must play. Wow. So where we at? Ruth connected to David, the great-grandmother of David. She's a Moabite. And when you read the story of Ruth, she's a Moabite that chose up. That's why she was, given, the union she was given, the child she was given, because she chose HWH. She didn't choose to go and worship those Moabite gods. but you cling to her, to cling to David, not telling us the truth. The reason why she's exalted by the Creator, raised up by the Creator, HWH, is that she chose HWH over your false gods. That made her special. So if you want to be a Moabite and be special, then choose up. That's it. Keep the code. That makes you special among all the Moabites. Just like being an Israelite can't save you, but keeping the code can save you. That makes you special among the Israelites. They want to talk about the Moabite stone discovered in 1868, telling of a Moabite military victory over Israel. Well, I'll be. I'm in the code. Let's go. Knowledge of which may have been absorbed into popular black understandings of biblical history. This being the case, Moabite ancestry would have afforded African Americans with an inspiring past. Don't inspire the cons. Perhaps Ali chose Moab for this reason. Why not choose David and Judah? Why not choose Israel? Because you can't. You can't. In Ali's history, the Moabites were an independent nation within a larger group he called the Canaanites. Now we're talking about Confederacy, Psalms 83. Independent nation from who? The Creator? Because that's all they was trying to get independent from was the order of HWH. So let them tell the story. A larger group of Canaanites? Or we're talking Ananites, right? Are we talking Canaan? Or Anani? Or Hanan, son of David? Are you hijacking the priest king story? Oh man, you got some explaining to do. Huh? A group after which he is reputed to have named his first temple. In the book of Genesis, the father of the Canaanites, Canaan or Canaan. Now this Canaan, Canaan, was son of Ham, brother of Cush, Egypt, Put. So they always got a connection with these Egyptians or gypsies. Egyptians or gypsies, right? They have this. We're gonna get Prester John and the gypsies, man. Just so you remember about these so-called Ethiopians in Western Europe that are eating or dragging, who's tribed up with these gypsies or Egyptsies, because they're always tribed up with Egypt or Egyptsies. All men believed to be founders of Bible-age African kingdoms. What about American? Oh, we're talking Afra, the dust, the earth. The idea of the sons of Ham has a nefarious history of association with white supremacy. What about Shem, man? And the search for a single genetic source for the black race completely divorced from whites. Thus, Peter Wilson has said of Ali's reference to American blacks as descendants of Canaanites and Moabites. Biblical tradition accuses the Canaanites and Moabites of every archetypal sin. Drew Ali's temple naming was defiant and bold indeed. Wow. So Ali had to reference American blacks specifically as descendants of Canaanites and Moabites, but you still acknowledge Ruth, the Moabitess, that's the great-grandmother of David. So you got to acknowledge Judah and Israel, and that's period. And once you do, you got to say, are you thoughtless for trying to link us as some new thing called black into your specific tribes under your specific order? Is that where the prophet's leading you? Or are you one of those tribes found here, tribes of Israel, being taught today that you're black, being taught today that you fall under one of these tribes with no evidence or proof? If there's something in your frequency and you've been brought into one of these flows, this is your time to see clearly, my noggin. You better surf this wave, man, all the way to the ether water, my noggin, because this is your time, whether you call yourself a Moabite today or a Moorish, anything today, or whatever you calling yourself, man. Are you keeping the code? I'm not here to prove who I am. I prove it to my wife. I prove it to my children. I prove it to my tribe. And if I fail, I get up and try again, my noggin. Because we are being perfected. We're being framed and shaped by Hawa. That makes us perfect, is that we are in the process of perfection. You don't tell all black people that they're just from these particular tribes. You tell all these Nagas that they are all these tribes. You don't leave any out to fit your story and narrative. You don't say you just Canaanites and Moabites, but Israel don't exist, but Ruth is a Moabite, Tis, prophetess, great-grandmother of King David of Judah, but Judah don't exist within these blacks in America. That was that's the crossover, my noggin. If you found yourself getting crossed over, it's not your fault, it's not our fault. We didn't know. But when you know better, you better do better and ask the right questions. And hopefully you get the right answers, man. I'm talking ancient Israel. They admit to having conflict with ancient Israel. They call Joshua the robber, like he's robbing some lands from them, like he's not in order to retake the Holy Lands under Israel. So when they're calling you Canaanites in your face, it's the forked tongue speaking. Because they might really be calling you the Ananites, the Hanan, the Ania, the kingdom. They might mean this, but be saying something else. Because I don't see a place for Canaan and Anion to be rocking shoulder to shoulder, side by side. Do you? Can two walk together lest they agree? If we M.H.O.E, KTC, keeping the code, and you're bringing in some fallen gods of old, can we walk shoulder to shoulder in the land of the Presta? Or do you got to form a confederacy, tribe up against us all the way, into the Chickamauga Tecumseh wars? And now teaches that we black and we might be more-ish or great-ish when we are the Anion kingdom, the Ibera, Hiberu, Kavera, Regnum. Yeah, man, that's when we get the deadly glance, right? That's when us as dragon start to see clearly. Back to the Dragon Slayer drop. Pull up all his links. I know, it's might seem you know, might seem overpowering sometimes, to your psyche, but this is what prepared us all these years. I know we got wave surfers coming in brand new every day, and I appreciate every one of y'all, and I promise y'all, it's not going to overpower your psyche, man, to empty your cup, because in these days, when knowledge is running to and fro, abounding, It ain't about falling for anything or believing everything. It's about creating your investigation based on the questions you're asking, man. But you can't empty your cup without letting go of the fear. We've let go of the fear of you calling us crazy or you saying that, we're not connected to something. You know what I mean? Like, we let go of the fear of you saying that Hawaii don't exist because we know we're in an enclosure. Hawaii has to exist. The creator of the firmament, right? So we don't need a book to prove that. We got simple observation, repeatable and observable signs. You still can't tell us what water is. H2O is not an acid. You still can't give us the drop on the HWH. You can't tell us, is this air we breathing? What you can't give us no drop. So Mahxiggah, how at this point we can ask the right questions. If they can't tell us what air is, then they can't tell us what the ether is. And they trying to abolish the ether, love the Mahxiggah. Let's go. The earth was like a great woman's body with power flows crisscrossing. We're going to get back on these dragon lines in a minute. In a moment, Mahxiggah. Rock with me, I got you. As in acupuncture, we're talking dragon lines, vortexes, portals, worlds beyond the poles. How big is mama really? Are you trying to limit mama based on your globe ball? The human body is said to have many different power lines through which the ki or chi or yin-yang energy flows. This is no different than the earth, Mahxiggah. They say as within, so without, however, you are the earth. You are the earth, right? The Afra, right? The Afra is the dust, the copper. You are the copper colored kind. You are the copper kind, not just copper color. You the copper kind. Right? You the gold. You the melanin. Crisscrossing. All right? And that crisscross is the tau. In Hebrew, the last letter is the crisscross, the cross, the X. So that's Hebrew, Mahxiggah. That's ancient Paleo Hebrew. So it always represents a crisscrossing of power. You get to the end of the Hebrew letters, you're now reaching an intersection of electricity, of energy, of chi, of ki, of power lines, ley lines, or dragon lines. They want to slay the dragon with the creation of opposites, the coming together of opposites. That's like them building all these damn dams and damming up the place. And now we got Naga cities underwater. That's the coming together of opposites to slay the dragon. The energy flow. The meeting points of the two currents were held to be power points fertilized by the mother dragon. Because we know we ain't talking no chemical serpent. Undoubtedly, these were sacred sites where the dragon of wisdom, right? Proverbs chapter 8. Big Mama let you know, I'm here at the entry of the gates, at the coming in of the city. That's an entry point. That's a door. Mama's waiting by the door while you are having this, moment of crisscrossing, of intersecting, of energy coming together so you can get that what? That breath. Mama, Big Mama gives you the breath. Now then they throw in their conjecture here in parentheses, right? So Mexico, Quetzalcoatl. They're trying to talk about the mother dragon is Quetzalcoatl. Okay. Greece, the python of Delphi. Islam is Idris. We know we're just talking Thoth, though. And the alchemical dragon is unlike ordinary Mercury. So stop playing. But this is how they like to Islam up the place. When we're just talking Canaan or Anion. Now they say Anion or Canaan is Leviathan. Now what do they mean by this conjecture, right? Canaan equals Leviathan. They're just talking about the PowerPoints being fertilized by Big Mama, the mother dragon, dragon of wisdom. Where the dragon of wisdom fertilizes his people. But now it's a his people? I thought we were just talking about PowerPoints fertilized by Big Mama. I mean, I'm confused. Is it Big Mama or is it his people? All right. Is Big Mama married to the Dragon of Wisdom? Is the Dragon of Wisdom married to the Mother Dragon? The Dragon of Wisdom could also be responsible for the Loch Ness Monster story. The Picts were a matrilineal people claiming descent through the female line, though they had kings. And again, this goes back to the Presta and the Sheba flow. A lot of these tribes weren't matrilineal because Hawa designed, them to be a matrilineal society. A lot of these tribes were matrilineal because these kings were on the front line. The tall Texases were on the front line, just like the mamas were, just like the women were, the Amazon queens, right? We got that. But in the average family, the kings were on the front line. And while the man is away, just like in, whatever society now, man goes to work. And if you have a woman that stays home and cares for the house, she has to be ruling the house while you popping off. I mean, either way, one is not overpowering the other. It's a teamwork to make a dream work that they falsely claim as some matrilinear thing, like the inheritance goes through the mother and then the daughter. You know what I mean? We're talking about a seed, my noggin. You can marry into a family. You can have, 7 sons, and you have a daughter, and your family, she marries into another family, right? And, that seed comes from that other family, right? That's how they were hijacking our women, turning us into a matrilineal situation, because they would hijack our women to get a birthright, to get some type of royal DNA that they can say, well, your grandmother owned this land, so now I own it because I took your grandmother and now she has my babies, and now those babies are connected to your grandmother and now it's their land. But you hijacked your way in. With the seed, you had to hijack yourself. They can't hijack your seed, unless you're talking laboratories. And you know what I'm saying? So as long as your seed was being passed and you was keeping the code, you always had, the lineages is being continued. The noon is being continued. The frequency is being continued. The noon is the seed in Hebrew. The seed is the heritage. No real sister is going to deny the importance of the seed. And no real brother is going to deny the importance of the fertilization of the of the soil of the earth. So there ain't no power struggle between the mother earth and the seed, the lineage, the dragon. Now we know Quetzalcoatl as Joshua. And even the Mormons call him JC, but they got the wrong Joshua. And this Cain and Leviathan flow, it's worth looking into. That's all I'm saying. Let's keep this in mind. As we dig on this magic that they are tapping into, especially these Canaanites or Moabites, are they tapping into Leviathan in Morocco? Shout out to Mud Fossil, right? Are they tapping into Leviathan magic by setting up shop on top of the dragon Leviathan? I never really made this connection with the location of Morocco, with the dragon being found by Mud Fossil in Morocco, 900 miles long, right? And this Moroccan magic, this Leviathan magic flow. So they connect a lot with this mad Arab. I think the same website, they talk about how the mad Arab is Noble Drew Ali. But then there's like another mad Arab, you know, one is a phantom, one is a duplicate, I don't know. The testimony of the mad Arab. This is off the Warlock Asylum, internationalnews.com, a treatise of astrological symbolism, part 1. In continuation of our previous article entitled, Is Simon Necronomicon a book created by the Elder God? And, I'll make sure we got all these links. I'm going to dig on it because this might be the one we dug on before that. He said that the mad Arab is Noble Drew Ali. Now, it is suggested that the mad Arab might be a metaphorical representation and personification of the 7 initiatory spheres themselves, as the article states. The reason why the mad Arab is cited as receiving the formulas contained in the book of the Black Earth. Have y'all heard of the book of the Black Earth? While walking the plains of the Igigi is due to the fact that from an alchemical perspective, we're talking alchemy? Alchemical serpent? From an alchemical perspective, the mad Arab represents each one of the seen spheres in various parts of his testimony. There's always a metaphysical interpretation of everything they do. Again, it's a forked tongue. It has multiple meanings at the same time. We have to remember that even the term mad Arab is in Enochian means your God, that daughter of light. All right. Which is equivalent to saying a star. Okay, just read. Under normal circumstances, an initiate must walk the 7 initiatory spheres before entering the realm of Igigi. All right. Now, this connects to their gods. All right. So back to the Aniyah. Can two walk together unless they agree? Can there be a land of Canaan and a land of Canaan? Can the land of Canaan pop off with the Antioch Ragnar? Or is this the same frequency war as Atlantis and Mu and the people of Hiva and Cities of Gold and Tiles people versus Estebanico's people, right? Alchemical serpent versus alchemical dragon, right? Because they talking alchemy, boss. Drop ain't just talking alchemy. They're talking mad Arabs, man. And here comes their false gods. In this book, the Necronomicon, they call this the most important book, even above the Quran for them, because it carries all these spells, right? For those that know. For those that don't know, it's the Quran, right? Same thing as some would say with the Hebrews, it's the Bible or it's the Tanakh. And then they say the more esoterical flow, you get into the Kabbalah, now you're getting into the Hebrew magic. Well, this is like their version of the Kabbalah, but it's just straight up hijack gods that they are, connected with, fallen, whatever, and tapping into their magic. And the Simon Necronomicon has a lot of their magic, and I don't suggest anyone get wrapped up in it. I'm just making some points here. Definitely, you got the links, and definitely be prayed up and coded up if you're going to go into this for sure. So I'm just giving you a fair warning. Don't just jump into this with a low frequency, man. Stay on your vibration because it's all hijack. But even the hijack has a little bit of drop, so we try to rescue the babies out the bathwater. All right, so the Simon Necronomicon is very clear about this as stated in the Ptolemy's Book of Entrance and of the Walking. All right, then it goes into they flow. You know what I mean? I don't even want to I don't even want to say these names, so I don't want to invoke nothing. Real for real. Such a description is a perfect portrait of Saturn. All right, so, okay. All right. So we're talking Saturn, we're talking the black cube, right? We're talking these type of things. So, as noted by Gilchrist, Saturn's symbolism also includes that of a wise guide, right? So Saturn is a wise guide. What else does Saturn represent? What's Saturn's connection with Zeus in their pantheon? Is Saturn Kronos, the father of time? Does time exist? Is it real in this dimension? Saturn's symbolism also includes that of the wise guide who is able to impart timely wisdom to the initiate. So now Saturn is all wise, right? The mad Arab personification of Saturn in his first testimony certainly makes sense. So the mad Arab is the personification of Saturn? I'm out of here, Paul. I'm out of here, babe. For real, for real. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, get your frequency up. You're about to get in the mind of a hijack, right? The mad Arab, right? Son of a shepherd. So you see a lot of parallels to, the Hebrew flow, the shepherd flow, the wisdom. They use these same terminologies and they have their version of it. And they have their gods, right? Right. Can two walk together unless they agree? I'm belly flopping. I'm going quickly, but, you got the links. I'm just making a connection between this Leviathan flow, letting you know that it's real for them. And, their spells are only real, Managa, when we have nothing else to observe but through their lens. But when you observe through Hawa's eyes, they don't even exist. They lose their existence when enough of us, when only a few of us observe through Hawa's eyes. You observe the particle in quantum. It changes the behavior of the particle, even the spell by observing the code you now can observe their spells clearly. You see clearly. And by observing their spells, you are now collapsing that wave pattern on a particular point. Now, before it collapsed the wave pattern on your destruction. But now when you observe through HWH's eyes, you see clearly. You got your dragon. Now you collapse their wave pattern at a point that they don't want to be, which we got in Isaiah 33. That once they're done spoiling, they will be spoiled. And what else can they spoil, man? They still trying to get that primal magic, right? Man, you see it, man. You see it. They connect us with the Akkadian tongue, directly connected with the worship of the principal sanctuaries of Babylonia and Chaldea. Man, this is why we needed exalarchs, because this Babylon captivity came with a frequency. We needed exalarchs like the ThaWaDa. Exalarch David VI, Sourceland of Babylon in Georgia. Georgia on my mind. I mean, how long does this Babylonian period stretch for real, for real? Seems to be all over the place in the timeline. But this Babylonia, connects with those that are worshiping all these scattered frequencies. For this is the book of the dead, the book of the black earth that I have written down at the peril of my life. This is what they are on. Back to the Egypt, back to Atlantis. All right. I'm skimming through it, man. I can't stomach hijack for too long. Just belly flopping in the Necronomicon. I'll leave a link, but like I said, choose up, man. Be all the way chosen to approach with a dragonfly perspective. Just, I'm just belly flopping, but the Necronomicon is being used as the heart of New Weapons Project. I know this is some mind-blasting stuff, right? So this spell book is being used by the hijacks, which connect with this mad Arab situation, with Noble Drew Ali situation, with the Moorish Science Temple situation, which is why on that Ishmaelite migrating map with the sacred pyramid, holy mountain of harmonics, you see the Moorish temple at Pembroke right next to it. You see Morocco right next to it. You see Mecca right next to it. This is all around Indiana, Indianapolis, of course, right? Now you got this great solar American total eclipse happening, crisscrossing, like right over that area, man. Almost like it's reversing the harmonics that they had us in this spell. This spell book, this Necronomicon. Well, backing up, it was being kept carefully guarded in the main library of Baghdad. The current whereabouts of the original Necronomicon is unknown, although rumors speak of it being quite quietly offered for sale on the black market. It's a play. Other rumors speak of it and other arcane artifacts from the museum vanishing to Area 51. where it became the focus of research. Is that what they are basing their recon in Area 51? Someone named Al Smith responds that Necronomicon is being used as the heart of new weapons project. What? The heart of new weapons that relies on magical force to power its weapons? Come on, man. I'm out of here, boss. I said I wasn't going to overdrive. I'm going to stay in a restful frequency, man. Wow. What? What? So this spell book is being used to power their weapons as a magical force, which means it's fallen angel technology included with the AI, robotics, all the syncing of AI and this, and Elon Musk and the AI intelligent brain, Neuralink or whatever. This is what this new world situation is all about. Powered by magic force, powered by necromancy, necromicon, which means spells, charms, witchcraft. Relies on magical force to power its weapons. This force, known as mana. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Are they tapping into Leviathan? Since we already correlated Leviathan with the mana, are they powering their weapons with the magical force of Leviathan, the dragon in Morocco? Huh? And what is the mana? We know it's a magical force. We know it could be a weapon. So we're seeing different dimensions or levels to this mana being for the food for the children in the wilderness. Was it about eating the dragon? Or was it about the weaponry and the magical force that's supposed to be specific to the righteous children in the wilderness, children of Israel, an Israelite Hebrew magical force powered by your dragons, specifically Hawa's dragon, not just as food to eat, Managa, but as food, or, what they would call meat, but anything could be meat that you're consuming, right? So are you consuming this magical force to turn you into a weapon or to power your technology? Managa, I'm literally just popping off with you. We're at the 3-hour mark just getting started. I told you it's going to be the greatest drop of all time. This is going to be the greatest drop of all time. That's why I sat in the cold with you, man. That's why I'm sitting in the cold. Because I'm hot. Because I feel that fire burning. This force known as mana can be created from the ether. Natural by law, take the wheel. My jiggy, what it do? Come on, man. Come on, man. Allow. Fall back. Let me breathe. Let me breathe. Let me breathe. Siba. Sheba. Papa. Y'all leave me a comment, man. Just please tell me something encouraging, man, because I need all the encouragement I can get. know. Let me know if this is resonating with y'all too, man. I appreciate y'all. Wow. The manna can be created from the ether. So how is that manna being rained down on the righteous in the wilderness? It could be created from the ether. And the manna can power technology or turn you into a weapon based on the magical force of Leviathan. What are they tapping into, my naga? Why are they trying to abolish the ether all of a sudden? Why are they trying to control the ether all of a sudden? Hey, TribeUPmuzik, didn't they used to drink the ether? Didn't they? Go dig on Solbone podcast on IG. TribeUPmuzik dropped this whole series of drops on how they were consuming the ether, drinking the ether. Was that the manner? Were they getting power? Were they using incantations with it? And pinnacles in the Necronomicon? Once fueled with mana, the new weapons are rumored to be unstoppable, boss. Once fueled with mana, the new weapons are rumored to be unstoppable. So when the children of Israel got the manna in the wilderness, it made you unstoppable, my naga. That's why you couldn't be messed with. You were un-F-wittable. You were unmess-wittable. This Leviathan that was saved for you. What are we getting, Baruch again? Shout out to Baruch. Second or third witness, my naga. Hold up, man. Hold up. We popping off, my chicken. Popping off. But I got that Baruch at. We popping off, my back. Now we can put all these translations together and make it make sense. Watch this. Watch this, man. Realize with real eyes. Shout out to all the cons. Jaren Sharp, what it do, man? What it do, all the cons, man. Everybody joining the Patreon. ThaWaDa. ThaWaDa. Baruch, what it do? What you say, man? One more time. Leviathan for food precept. Second Baruch. Chapter 27, 28, and 29. Okay. It's great recon right here, man. Great recon. So we're talking about Leviathan, the two great monsters, Behemoth. They shall behold marvels every day, for wind shall go forth from me, before me, to bring every morning the fragrance of aromatic fruits, and at the close of the day, clouds distilling the dew of health, raining down health, which means it's raining down manna. So imagine this being like a video game and you're low on frequency, right? Or health. You get some health bonus, right? That's like the healing dew from Hawaii. And this healing dew contains the manna, which is the magical force to make you unstoppable. We're looking at it from two dimensions like Christianity. Oh, well, they were starving, they needed to eat, they were complaining, and now they had to eat this heavenly bread. And that's all they got. That's all they could eat is this heavenly bread. They were powering up with technology and frequency from the ether, man, to be unstoppable in the wilderness, man. Verse 8, and it shall come to pass at that self same time that the treasury of manna, shall again descend from on high, from that ether, from that Leviathan, who's been stretched out like a canopy, spread out like a tent. That shows you a dragonfly perspective of Psalm 74. Khan, Shabbat Shalom. It shows us a dragonfly perspective. Stretched out the heavens as a curtain, and now we got a dragonfly perspective. We see clearly. Psalm 74. Thou did crush the heads of Leviathan, right? 7-headed dragon. Thou gave him to be food to the folk inhabiting the wilderness. Shalom, let's go. In the cold, I'm in the wilderness with my knocks. Food for the folk inhabiting the wilderness. Now we can see the technology. Now we can see the frequency from the ether. They're not just eating it to eat. They're powering up, man. They're becoming unstoppable. That manna, that force, this force known as manna, the magical force that gave them the power to weaponize, created from the ether by using the incantations and pentacles in the Necronomicon, once fueled with manna. The new weapons are rumored to be unstoppable. These contributions are purely subjective and can't be verified. There are also some biblical terms in use as it appears manna being the heavenly bread Moses receives in the desert. Here it changes meaning. We're going to get some of that H.P. Lovecraft with a dragonfly perspective. But this was new weaponry. You're popping off. You are unstoppable. You are connected with the ether. God. But if you just read it from a Christian perspective or a two-dimensional whatever, thou gave him food to be. You don't understand. You try to figure it out. You're like, all right, giant sea fish, fins and scales. Nagas need to eat. I get it. And then you start seeing clearly, right? Then it happens. You started seeing Africa as the dust, as the earth itself, as the Afar, and connecting that to the land of Ophir. You're just saying Ophiric. Dodge the vowels, one letter rule. I'm just asking you to have a dragonfly perspective so we can all see clearly that when this female dragon had the light of a twin sun in her eyes, we're talking about the one with the daily glance, man. Paralyzing sight. One look from Leviathan and Michael and these angels had to run the other way. I'm talking the deadly glance. And when you start seeing clearly and asking the right questions, when you keep the code, you have the eyes and the frequency of a wise dragon. They run the other way from you the same way because they know you see clearly. And once you see yourself and know who you are, everything becomes visible, everything becomes clear, and you now have the light of the twin suns, my nine. Oh boy. Oh boy. We got them dogs howling out here, man. Them jackals, them tans, not tannins. The tans are howling. But no sooner will Leviathan cast his deadly glance at them than they will flee in fear and dismay from the field of battle. The one with the deadly glance. And just again, how they try to make Leviathan Satan, right? Or demon Leviathan, fallen angel Leviathan. How could that be? You're talking the dragon of unknown origin. Yeah. To wind, to turn, to twist. It's a dragon. It coils. La-wa. We're talking the law like Levi. Sometimes regarded as a form of Satan. Well, yeah, when the hijack tries to evoke the magic, then they get a hijack, Leviathan. Then they get a hijack version of an energy that wasn't meant for them. The primal magic. They're tapping into original flow. Who drop? Who oh who? Well, You are the folk inhabiting the wilderness to this day. This is a wilderness now. And for many, it's going to get even wilder. And for the ones who thought they could oppress us all this time, all these tribes, TribeUPmuzik is claiming Canaanites and Moabites in there. Aren't these the same tribes in Psalm chapter 83 that formed a crafty counsel against your people? Take counsel against your treasure lands. Come, let us say, let's cut them off for being a nation. That the name of Israel no more remembered. So now we asking all black people in America or Moabite and Canaanite, where's Israel? Where's Israel? They're the confederacy that makes the name of Israel no more remembers. That's why they can speak on David, but never speak on Judah, right? They can speak on Joshua, but never speak on Israel, God. For they have consulted together with one consent. They agree. Can two walk together lest they agree? The hijack agrees that they should be against you, my noggin. So they make a covenant, a treaty on the headbone of Dragon Canoe. Tecumseh, the tents of Edom, Edomites, Ishmaelites, all the Ishmaelites walking around this sacred mountain, migrating in 1795, all the way to 1906, and still teaming up with the Kentuckians to kill Tecumseh. They make a covenant, Edom, Ishmael, Moab, children of Lot, the Canaanites, everybody. You already know it. This is happening in real time. I can't make this stuff up. Okay. Okay. The manna can be created from the ether, Managa, by using the incantations and pentacles in the Necronomicon. And once fueled with the manna Leviathan, the new weapons are rumored to be unstoppable, which is why they're working on it in Area 51. Let's go. This is a version of the Necronomicon spell book. And, some would say TribeUPmuzik had a personal touch and connection with this situation. And I'm not going to spend too much time because I don't really know what none of these sigils and situations are. I'm not even going to, you know what I mean? I'm just keeping the code with you, my nigga. But there is some drop in here, connected with this Leviathan flow. But again, be very cautious of your frequency, if you choose to dig on it, man. But, TMI, all this dragon flow, they're using. Just understand that. All these other gods, symbols connected with the gods and the people that they're calling on for their chaos, for their hijack. Here's their Igigi situation that connects with the Sumerian, Anunnaki gods and all that. They're calling on them all, which is why King Solomon had that ring or whatever to control these frequencies. And they said that he was hijacked by the frequency. I mean, None of us can confirm or deny, but you see it exists. You see they're still playing with this stuff to this day. Let me get through this, man. It's just too many signs and symbols for me. Man, obviously it's a lot, right? It's a lot. So someone's tapping in to all this, doing magical covenants and the laws and the nature of the gates. Which gates, right? What gateways, what lands can they, activate? A lot of talk about their elder ones and stuff like that, much going back to Atlantis. Going quickly, I ain't dwelling on it. Trying to get somewhere. Okay. So they're talking about computers and the Necronomicon, for it speaks to our spirit and speaks of dangers our spirit may face in attempting to unleash untold, untested cosmic forces. CERN, Managa, harp upon our planet and ourselves. You don't have to believe in the religion of the Sumerians in order to work the miracles of the Necronomicon, for it was the magic of the Necronomicon that gave spawn to the religion of Sumer. You merely have to believe in yourself. Give yourself that part of you that you know is better than any machine, any space. You see, they're really talking up a good game, right? And this mad air, there's a lot to recon around it, connected directly with this sorcery. Yeah, all right. I'm just, and we got before that in there. There's this whole situation somewhere in here. Dig on it another time, man. But it connected directly with the Leviathan flow. Yeah. And the thing is, a lot of this, just like Leviathan, is probably just hijacked, from something that started out, as pure water, you know what I mean? But they put their, invocations on it or whatever they call it, their connotations of it. They switch, even with the square, like a simple shape like the cube, is a neutral situation. But, once you put your incantations on it, now you connect it with the Platonic solid, which connects to the earth plane. The Platonic cube connects with the earth frequency. Now you see why they got to hijack the cube, to hijack the earth frequency. But the cube, there's nothing wrong with the cube, right? It's not like this symbol is evil, but what they're using to hijack into this Tiamat, right? It's not that Tiamat is wicked, especially if it's connected with the mother dragon, right? But the way that they are, enchanting and incanting and using this and spinning this and twisting that, it's a forked situation. It's like the Star Wars, you got the Sith, right? You got the Jedi Order, and you got those in between, and how they invoke the frequency of the dark side has different interpretations. So kind of like the Leviathan flow with this Tiamat, he created the universe from the flesh of Tiamat. Don't that kind of sound familiar, right? And you can, look at other scholars connecting Leviathan and Tiamat as well. So you see kind of a shade of Leviathan flow right there. So it's the biblical story of the war in heaven and the fall of Lucifer. And in fact, it was recorded by the Sumerians even before there was a Jewish religion, as the Sumerians were the first civilization in the Middle East, and their holy books and legends became the basis for much of what we read in the Old Testament, which is interesting because, this Sumer and Somerset also connects with the Toltexes and Toltecans and Sylvanus Brabo, Sylvanus Ogam, Solomon the Builder in the Forbidden Histories of America in the 7th century, 8th century. And these ancient civilizations, as far back as they want to push them, many times they have created antiquity, and they're not as ancient as you have been told. So the Sumer can easily be happening in the 700s, Mahxiggah, right here in America, covered within the Forbidden Histories of America. When we talk about Somerset, he's a Somerset in Britain as well, and a Sumer connected with Kalaluz. Wow. All right, Mahxiggah. I mean, we narrowed our amount. I'm just been meaning to drop some of this to you. So these spells are originally worked for the mystics of the ancient Sumeria. Back to that, which connects back to the Babylon flow, which connects back to the David Soslin's Exilarchs of Babylon flow. So which Babylon are these Exilarchs in Israel, still taking the charge and overcoming this frequency war? Like, how far does this go back, this Babylon? How recent is this Babylon? All right, that's a little intro to the Necronomicon without getting too much into the flow. Just a few links, that connected with it. Different mentions like the great old ones connected with the Necronomicon, which is really interesting. A race of alien beings associated with I'm going to spell it Cthulhu, Cthulhu, all right, Cthulhu, who is said to be their priests and who preserve them with spells in the sunken land of Relia so they can survive until the stars are right again. What does that mean? To survive until the stars are right again. Y'all leave me a comment, let me know. What does it mean to survive until the stars are right again? It is not known whether the great old ones resemble Cthulhu. All right. For information on the cult of the great old ones. All right. So, according to the Reverend Nai, the great old ones created humanity to worship and obey them. The passing of huge comets caused earth upheavals and submerging of continents. Didn't I say Leviathan sunk Atlantis? Some type of dragon had to do with the sinking of Atlantis, submerging of continents, and the Hiva and the Hawa islands in the Mu flow, Lemuria, and a great flood that trapped the great old ones beneath oceans and polar ice. What's beneath Antarctica ice? The great flood trapped the great old ones beneath the ice. After the catastrophe, new priesthoods denied the existence of the great old ones and masked their memory in the guise of demons. Didn't we just say they keep calling Leviathan a demon or Satan's, but it's Hawa's dragon? Yet a few faithful followers of the great old ones remain, and the great old ones survive, sleeping through the eons and sending forth dreams to invade the minds of believers and unbelievers. When they return, only the chosen will be spared. So a lot of this stuff kind of, pity pats on each other. You know what I'm saying? All right. A synonym for the crinoid old ones of Antarctica. Okay, now we're getting specific. Now we're talking Antarctica. What? All right, so a synonym for the old ones of Antarctica, according to Professor Dyer, that's the great old ones. So when they talk about the great old ones, they're talking about Antarctica specifically. Why not? Ping pow for the dismount, right? It gets even better at the end because the end is the beginning. The great old ones we just talked about that were trapped under the ice and the great flood that caused them, earth upheaval, submerging of continents, and the great flood that trapped the great old ones beneath the polar ice is specifically referring to Antarctica. All right. Let's keep going. You could dig on this more specific stuff on Aleister Crowley, Lovecraft, all these sorcery connections, Managi, that connect with the Hollywood and the industry a lot. I know there's a TV show called Lovecraft Joy or something like that. I think it was on HBO or Netflix. You know what I mean? Aleister Crowley, all this stuff connects with, occultists, yada, yada, you know what I mean? So, Horus, Atlantis, Masonry, whatever they connected with, whatever they connected. Back to the Mad Era, who the previous link said was Noble Drew Ali, man. So, we're talking Moorish magic, man. Moabite magic, magical rituals, incantations, and seals, like what we were just digging on. But they don't want to talk about the sacrifice, right? Yeah. Let's go. Lego. Lovecraft, right? Fandom. Leviathan. Uh-huh. So just like those other seals we just saw, this one's specific to Leviathan, man. And it's up here, it says great old ones. Great old. So are the great old ones specific to dragons or Dogons? Leviathan, his son. Leviathan is the name given by some Inuit cultists to a child of Cthulhu. So Cthulhu must be a, you know, either God type situation that, you know, has a son who is Leviathan. And we're just talking another dragon. Another dragon. I mean, that's their fandom. Leviathan is a colossal shark-like serpent creature. Why not just say a dragon? Shark-like serpentine. Come on, man. More than 50 feet in length, or 900 feet according to Mudflood. Considered part of the unholy trinity alongside Dagon and Hydra. And you know Hydra's a dragon. If you watch Godzilla, and Dagon gotta be a dragon. So we're just talking dragons. Let's keep going. I'm just showing you they're talking about it in their fandom, games, Skyrims and Game of Thrones and all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? More about these old ones of Antarctica. They keep saying about these crinoid old ones. Crinoids that are attached to the sea bottom by a stalk. All right, so they're just talking about sea and biologies and whatever else, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we gotta dig on more on these crinoids. Seems like something to do with being at the bottom of the ocean. Oh, they existed 345 million gajillion years ago. Hijack said. Dinosaurs, millions of trillions of years ago. Everything is recent, man. All of this is recent, drop. Just digging on these old ones. Antarctic expedition. Huh? An ancient race of extraterrestrial origin. We're talking dragons, boss. Whose population on Earth centered in Antarctica, boss. How does Antarctica play? Most of our information about this race was collected by Lake, Dyer, and Danforth on the Miskatonic Antarctic Expedition of 1930. Wow. Is it play? Or do we got receipts? Knowing in the 30s, all this Admiral Byrd connection is sparking up. This F-I'm-a-DOG in any situations going on. All these expeditions to the polar ice, north and south. We know what's happening. So we already got the receipts. We got the books talking about the 20s, 30s, 40s Antarctic expeditions. So them telling us about another one, connected it with these old ones or Leviathans or whatever. We seeing they just trying to tap into the magic, which is why they made the Antarctic Treaty and they guard the wall. Best dismount of all time. Let's go. He said he reproduced like primitive vegetables. What does that mean? Spore cases at the tip of the wings. Oh, they got wings? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Very few of the old ones die except by violence. They don't kill these dragons except by violence. And they bury their dead vertically in 5-pound, 5-pointed mounds. Anything to do with the star forts, man? With indented dots? Wow. Later it was observed that the ceaseless Antarctic sun had begun to limber up their tissues a trifle. Uh-oh. What kind of Antarctic sun is ceaseless in the freezing tundra? There's a lot of things we got to dig on, my night. I'll be back. I'll keep it up for y'all. We'll keep it going. It's real interesting. This back to the Dragon Slayers doc. They also had mentioned this. Let's see. Yeah, some type of Holy Grail connection. Huh. The Legend of King Arthur is glorifying the battle axe dragon slayer. Itself served to keep alive the memory of the serpent goddess, apart from undoing the anti-dragon propaganda of dragon slayers, most of whom are more often than not the figureheads or founders of large national states. St. Patrick of Erie, Arthos of Britain, Elijah of Israel. Apart from undoing the anti-dragon propaganda of dragon slayers, and then it goes into the figureheads or founders of large national states, such as Elijah of Israel. I mean, they just kind of throwing stuff together. St. George of England, because Elijah didn't slay no dragon. In no story, Elijah disappeared in a whirlwind of fire. Elijah is the dragon. Thomas Hobbes of the 1670s, who caused the anarchy of being without strong rulers after the Canaanite serpent abhorred by the Creator, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Yod-HaWad-Ha, or Hawa, Leviathan. So now he's the Canaanite serpent, because the Canaanites are worshiping the magic of Leviathan today. No, this is Hawa's dragon, Job. The book of Job, break it down. And it goes into the Camelot flow. All right, just trying to make some connections. Let's see, what does he mention? This Holy Grail. Yeah, Guess we make our dismount, my nigga. Popping off. He's talking about Lima, Cusco, connected back with the dragon lines, ley lines. There we go. How in the complex relationship between Ardos and Lucrez and the white goddess priestess of Britain, the male warriors constantly seek the secret, the holy grail of the dragon's magical powers, which they say the serpent, right? Serpent / dragon, what do you mean? You're just talking dragon. And a cult has to do with agriculture and cultivation. So a cult is anything they're not a part of, right? So we're just talking about the dragon clan, right? The magical powers is being sought by these male warriors who seek the secret, which is the Holy Grail. So the dragon powers connect directly with the so-called Holy Grail. And the link dragons in the throne room. Let's get this one. Let's hit up this biblical bibliotech Pleiades. Bibliotheca Pleiades. You got it. But remember, this one is digging on the Prester John flow. And it went until Melchizedek, both king and priest, which is Prester John, priest, king. Prester means priest, John means king. King of justice, peace. Let's just get it, man. Let's just get it. So in some Syriac texts mentioned, it's made of a stone that is the foundation or center of the world. Hidden in the primordial depths near HWH's temple. It is put in relation with the body of the primordial man, Adam, and interesting enough, with an inaccessible mountain place, the access to which must not be revealed to other people. Here, Melchizedek, in divine and eternal service, watches over Adam's body. Because I remember some situation with the devils challenging some angel because they want possession of Moses' body or Adam's body. But they always want our bodies, right? They want that frequency, especially like in Moses, Deuteronomy 34, where the eye is never dim and the life force is never lessened or abated. They can still tap into the frequency, just like Leviathan. In Melchizedek, we find again the representation of the supreme function. So the Prester John is a function of the universal ruler, which is simultaneously regal and priestly. Here, this representation is associated with some kind of guardian of Adam's body who originally possessed the grail. So Prester John, who is Melchizedek, frequency, Manati, possessed the grail. He's the guardian of Adam's body who originally possessed the grail. and who, after losing it, no longer lives. This is found together with the motives of a mysterious stone and inaccessible sea. Clearly, the foundation stone of the world is the same as the black or hidden sun in the center of the earth, which some say powers the Ouroboros situation or the Northern Light situation. Shall I? Okay, I'm putting it together. Or the Grail stone, which is said to be hidden in that location. The Grail romances provide us with much insight into the king of the world concept. He is represented in the story by one of the supporting characters, Prester John. Okay, look out for 129. A king who is mentioned in passing as ruling over a spiritual domain in the far away east, which is America, because your map is flipped upside down. And who quite fittingly, is said to come from Davidic descent, right? So we don't have to go far to connect Prester John with David, because they're telling you it's all over the place. They're telling on themselves. Davidic descent, Prester John, right? Priest king. Tracticus Pulcherius referred to him as the King of Kings, Rex Regnum, Anion Regnum. He combines spiritual authority with regal power, yet essentially Prester John is only a title and name which designates not a given individual, but rather a function, Manak. We are Prester John. We are the function, Manak. Do you see clearly? Thus, in Wolfram van Etchenbach and in the tutorial, the romances we still got to dig on, we find Prester John as a title, the Grail. So when they talk Holy Grail, well, we're talking David, we're talking the priest king. As we see, indicates from time to time the person who must become Prester John. The function. Moreover, in the legend, Prester John designates one who keeps in check the hijack, the people of Gog and Magog, who exercises a visible and invisible dominion. Ain't no room for JC. You already got a Preston who rules over the visible and the invisible, Managa, dominion, who is the Grail, which is why JC always got to link his way into son of David, when he's an immaculate conception, born of a virgin, but he's still son of David. You still got to link into this dominion, the Grail, the title, the dominion over both natural and invisible beings, the magic, the magi, and who defends the axis of his kingdom with lions and giants and dragons, of course. In this kingdom is also found the fountain of youth. That's why they've been looking in Florida and everything in the last 500 years. Last part is this. The dignity of a sacred king is often accompanied by biblical reminiscences. By presenting Prester John as the son or nephew of King David. And sometimes, drum roll please for the dismount, as King David himself. Remember all that Hindu flow? They talking Hindu magic, with the mad Arab, and, all this stuff, man. So, and they kind of mentioned David, but David is the king of the Hindus, my nigga. Who was called by the people Prester John. So all their magic, Leviathan and all, taps right back to us. They're using our frequency, combining that with their necromancy and the coming together of opposites with their fake-ass harmonics, 440 hertz, GMO food, chemtrail, fluoridated water, tenderoni, so they can hijack the magic. We're talking the Grail Kingdom, the Grail Stone, the Grail, the function, the Prester. We're talking David, the King, Prester John, descends from the son of King David, or David, the Axelarch, Axelarch ThaWaDa, is the son of the Prester, Prester John, Roger here, Roger, Chola. ThaWaDa, whose brother is Hana, or Ania, Hanani, Hana, Kana. Yeah, man. Think we just talking Anion Kingdom, Rex Regnum, Kingdom of Anion, in North America, boss. And it's been right on the maps, right in your face bone the whole time. Allow wah for the drop, for the water that continues to flow, for the wisdom, for our ma, to see that their polar expeditions got nothing to do with ice, man, and everything to do with more land. More land beyond the pole. Corvera, Ania. Yeah, that's amazing, right? The mythical straits of Anion. Asia here, Asia there. One letter rule. Put the N instead the S for the N. You got Asia. Asia here, Asia there. Ania here, Ania there. Okay. Dragons in the throne room. For the dismount. I got, so much to talk to you about, Drop Nation. So much to say, man. We use up 3-4 hours like it's nothing, like it's just breathing to us, man. Like breathing, man. solar flares, northern lights, dragons everywhere. Seraphim, highest order of angels. Isaiah 6, singing holy, holy. Holy, holy is HWH. The whole earth is full of his glory. Then flew one of the seraph, which means the burning ones, unto me, having a live coal in his hand. Angels are dragons. And the dragon in your throne is the dragon in your dome, man. And it gets deeper, right? And it gets deeper. When you meditate, when you go to sleep and you dream and you see clearly, Mahxiggah, you are seeing, what some would call reality. To learn to control your thoughts is to control your dreams, is to control your reality. Dragon energy, your aura, your solar flare, right? Top of the soul. Control the dragons in your own throne, your own gates. And make sure you dodge all hijacks and get the evil, wild beast up out of your gates. Because only to the unwise do they seem to die. You try to stomach all the pain, the bloodshed, the Chickamauga Wars. We need to see clearly, as HWH sees it, not as we see it. Because only to the unwise do they seem to die. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3, for the dismount. I got y'all. Best dismount of all time. But the souls of the righteous are in the hand of HWH, and there shall no torment touch them. In the sight of the unwise, they seem to die. In the sight of the unwise, they seemed to die. I'm talking about the righteous that are in the hand of our Creator. Why? There shall no torment touch them. In the sight of the unwise, only to the unwise do they seem to die. And their departure is taken for misery, mana. So we feel miserable thinking about all the bloodshed, all the pain, all the death, all the sorrow, all the genocide, but only in the sight of the unwise they seem to die. Only in the sight of the unwise they seem to die. Our people seemed to die, and their departure is taken by us for misery. And they're going from us to be utter destruction. But Mahxiggah, they are in peace. They are in shalom. For though they be punished in the sight of men, yet is their hope full of immortality. And having been a little chastised, they shall be greatly rewarded. For HWH has proved them and found them worthy for himself as gold or a calcum. In the furnace hath he tried them, and received them as a burnt offering. So your little sacrifices and killing lambs and Passover today don't matter, don't mean nothing if Hawa's own children have been received as a burnt offering. Because Hawa got fed up. Hawa didn't want no more of your sacrifices. You became the sacrifice because you didn't want to keep the code. No more animals got to die for you, but only to the unwise do they seem to die. And in the time of their visitation, they shall shine and run to and fro like sparks among the stubble. They shall judge the nations and have dominion over the people, and their Hawa shall reign forever. They that put their trust in him, Hawa, shall understand the truth, and such as be faithful in love shall abide with him, for grace and mercy is to his saints, and he hath care for his elect. Allow, my knockers. All praise our Creator. All praise our power. All praise our eternal energy, frequency, and vibration. All praise Hawa for Drop Nation, Nagas with the impenetrable scales and armor, the mana to keep the frequency alive, the love frequency, M.H.O.E, for the dismount, the water to my cons. I'll be coming in hot. We got a lot more. Got a lot more, man. Love frequency, baby.
Legion.
Shalom.
She loves the free,
Let's go.
the way that it sounds. It's more for me when bad vibes turn
Let's
down.
go.
She loves the free, the way that it sounds.
go.
It's more for me when bad vibes turn down.
Let's go.
Show me love go round. She love, I think deep.
go.
My heart beat with peace. I was made to be a king and serve everybody. Born with gold in my jeans and love in this ring. The love frequency. The love frequency. The love frequency. I need me to word more than little. A little bit more than little. More than English, more than riddle. I need me some herb, just a little. I need some Hebrew, more than little. Good frequency in my temple. Got a good queen on my level. I'm full blast. She loves the free, the way that it sounds. It's more for me when bad vibes turn down. She loves the free, the way that it sounds. It's more for me when bad vibes turn down. The love frequency. The love frequency. The love frequency.
Drop Nation. TribeUPmuzik, ThaWaDa, M.H.O.E, 5 Eyes Mob. Water to my guys.